All right, I'm recording now, so we're good to go.
Okay, so like I said, everybody in the core rulebook, go to page 40. Page 40.
Core rulebook. Oh shit, I don't have it.
At page 40.
I swear to God.
Scroll. Does it tell me which page am I on? Oh, right there. 40. Choosing a regiment.
Yeah,
no, wait. Regiment creation.
Regiment creation.
Yeah, regiment creation. Okay, so first thing we have to make a choice, because in this game you have to make a regiment first, because it affects the way your character's stats are rolled, because there are certain things that happen with training and equipment that will affect your character. So we have to make a choice. Are you guys going to pick a pre-made regiment, which there are a lot between the three rule books, or do you want to make your own regiment, which can be your own creation, or it could be even based off an actually already existing regiment, just with your own specific types of choices with it. It's up to you guys.
Well, we have to create our own.
Yeah,
I think that proves to be more. It's going to be more of a clusterfuck that way, because it's going to be like 3 snipers and a tank.
Well, no, regiment doesn't mean what.
Has anyone else actually gone through this besides me with Roach?
I've gone.
I have.
I
browsed it.
I scrolled through the renown, like the regiment creation and.
No, I don't mean just read the book. I mean like actually like made a character, made the regiment, rolled the stats, all that stuff.
No,
I didn't make a regiment, but because I understood it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I rolled through character creation with Midgement with a pre-built regiment.
Okay.
I'm pretty already familiar with creating stuff like on a tabletop thing. I'm pretty sure it's got some basis to what I'm used to. So
yeah, and Midgement's one of the only people here that's actually had pretty good experience with role-playing games.
In all fairness, when we were first talking about this, I did let you guys know that I have 0 experience whatsoever.
I know that's the draw. That's why people are going to watch this,
because it's going to be a clusterfuck.
It's going to be Ben causing problems. That's just.
I'm gonna be like the Leroy Jenkins of this shit.
That moment when Roach gets randomly taken away from us.
Yeah, he got bumped out of Discord for some reason. Roach,
really?
Look at us. Go to Discord.
I really wish I could.
There's a chat thing,
I'll drag him back in. I'll drag him back in. He's back. Is he back?
Hello there, Roach.
No, he's muted though.
There we go. Discord.
Why is it holding up a Discord sign? Or after
now Roach is muted. Check your push talk settings, Roach.
He doesn't look very happy on the roll 20.
What is that?
You've got to unmute
That
him.
are my metal die.
Unsuppress me, you assholes.
Oh right. Okay.
There we go.
This is going well.
Yeah.
But the same thing when it comes to like role playing stuff. Apparently he's suppressed.
He's still suppressed.
No, he's unmuted on my end.
I've got him.
There we go. No, somebody unsuppressed me, then suppressed me again, because they probably pressed the same thing at the same time. It's great. It's fucking great. No. Okay. So, since we're going ahead with actually making a regiment, we're going to skip all the pre-mades. We're going to go to page 58 in the core rulebook.
Oh, I can just type it in, can't I? Oh, there's a
that you can.
It's almost like we're using a computer. Welcome.
There's a button too.
Now, I do love having the actual like physical things of the books, but
it's almost like you guys aren't even in my house.
I am tempted though. If it's something
are you turning into the caboose of the group, Ben?
Clearly, Bob is in your closet.
Yeah, Bob's in the closet. I'm in the other room. Midge is in the bathroom, and
why am I in the bathroom?
And obviously, I'm in. And we saw his. It doesn't look like one. Literally, that design is on my shower curtain. Like it is.
Yeah, but it's made of fur.
Well, it's obviously it's a shitty shower curtain then.
Yeah, that.
You're gonna make him. You're gonna make him like get cranberry up his nose.
That's a goal. That is a goal for this.
I ended up with iced tea in my nose the other day when we were playing Cards Against Humanity. That was pleasant.
What are you eating?
So we go to page 58. We go to page 58, and if we scroll down a little bit, we find our first option. Now, as you can see on the roll page, I have all the reference page numbers for the various rule books.
That's what those runes mean.
It's almost like it's a
Does
shorthand
anyone ever
or
get
something.
those urges to run over and punch Ben?
It's all, yeah, no, I do.
Have you ever read my comments section before?
Oh, yes, I have. I've
Is,
remarked it
is,
quite a lot.
that, is, that,
So
is that why you're like that? Have they done this to you?
Oh, I've
we're
got.
about to choose our
I'm a lot
homeworld.
more cynical right now than I was a year ago.
Yeah. As you can see, the world choice reference, there are, for the core rulebook, it's page 58. For Hammer of the Imperium, Emperor, it's page 36. And for Shield of Humanity, it's 28.
Should we be a penal
Those
colony?
all have... Those all show the various different homeworld choices.
I like penal
The way
colony.
this works,
What pages on the other
Yeah.
Of course
books?
you do.
as you can see, the page references there.
Because it's fun to
on
say the word
actual
penal.
roll 20 page.
Oh,
There's-
thank you.
The way this works is that you guys start out with 12 points to make a regiment. All of these options cost points. Now, the way this works is you're going to go through, you're going to pick everything, and then you're going to spend those points. Can't go over 12. If you want to get extra points, you can take a regimental drawback, which is, which gives you extra points back. But that one doesn't have a place in regiment creation. So if you do like run out of points or something like that, then we'll go to that. But for right now, we're just going to go through the steps as presented in the rulebook.
Wow, there's
Now-
quite a bit of choices.
Yeah. Now, if you don't spend all of your regiment creation points, if you have some left over, these can be used as extra points when you're picking the equipment for your standard guardsman's kit. So there is a reason not to spend all your points. But since this is your guys' regiment, you have the choice to go through and figure out which of these options for your homeworld you want.
So who likes the look of what?
Imperial World.
Well,
I
what's
kinda like
our theme,
Forge World
guys?
Feud. Yeah, we gotta. I'm guessing we're going Germany. Come on.
We are literally figuring that out right now.
Yeah.
Fox. What our theme is.
No, I'm saying
That's like what this is.
No, I'm saying like what kind of like our grand plan here? Are we just total like
Make it to
garbage
the end of the
people from a
campaign.
penal colony, or are we?
Make it through the game without accidentally getting killed by Ben.
I don't think we're gonna. I'm pretty sure we're all gonna die, and we're probably
As
all
that
gonna
moment where you
restrict-
decide that it might be a bad choice to be playing the medic with Ben in a squad. Can
My
we go to
God,
something
you're even
that
talking
doesn't
about You're even talking about team killing. You are the caboose of the squad.
Oh god. Is there anything I kind of like Forge World or
Forge World sounds pretty cool, but I don't really know exactly what Forge Worlds are like in Warhammer 40k.
highly industrialized worlds.
It's where they build
planet
everything.
factories. Think
Okay.
Coruscant, but instead of it being a city, it's just a giant production line.
Everyone's got black lung.
I've got the black
Geonosis?
Well, is it kind of like a Armageddon, like playing Armageddon a lot? Like,
No,
when it comes to
Armageddon's a
toxicity?
hive world. Armageddon's a hive world.
Was it?
Yeah.
But I was reading about the like regiments on the on one of the core books, and they were saying like the Armageddon people all have to wear masks, and they say like very highly industrialized worlds also you have to like wear masks and stuff.
Well, the difference is that a hive world is a world where instead of it being like the entire planet is covered in this industrial production and everything like that, like a forge world is. It's got like 5 or 6, maybe upwards of like the low teens of these cities that span hundreds and thousands of feet in the air, have a very small footprint, and it's just this giant hive that they go from, and everything in between them is like this big wasteland of like runoff and sludge and shit like that.
Well, we already
so
got a
that's kinda
squad
what
mascot.
Yeah, we got
Penny the dog.
So when's gonna be the point that we run out of food rations and like?
Oh, that's
it depends on what he does to us. Yeah.
I mean, backwards like hard, like that actually makes your provisions less reliable.
What about a death
I'd be
wish?
like,
Death World, yeah, those could work. That's like a world that's really hostile to human life.
That's why.
Like it could be a big jungle world, or it could be one that has like giant alien monsters.
Well,
or
yeah,
maybe
and
just
the
a giant
characters come
frozen-
with ballistic skill, which I like.
Yeah,
I wasn't planning on doing much shooting. I am planning on just running around, kind of trying to fix your fuck ups.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You know, I have like historically bad rolls, so this is gonna be good. Well, actually, since isn't rolling low like ones, twos, and stuff better in Only War?
yes. You're trying to roll
So actually,
under.
I might be
your
godly.
score.
Yeah, I might be godly on this game then.
as
You know,
long
there's gonna
as
be a lot
there's-
of like 20. Yes. Oh wait.
Because in D&D, you know, I rolled like ones and twos like a champ. So
I was very much the same, so I'm looking forward to this. But
What are your thoughts, Bob? You see, you're contemplating things very hard in the corner there.
I like the sounds of Forge World, and a Death World sounds cool too.
are you
'cause,
Bob?
know-
Snow Fox? He asked Bob.
No. Okay. Edge. I'm just gonna
Getting
go.
your
And,
place.
Back on the boat. Get back on the boat.
I'm just gonna go over here now.
I think Imperial World because it's the
The
from a
lowest.
thematic standpoint.
It'll
Well,
give
that's
us more
the,
points.
well, not really the
elsewhere.
lowest. I mean when I do RPG stuff like this, I tend to approach it from a more thematic place first. You know, like what do I want to be as opposed to what's the math going to shake out to be. I think Imperial World makes sense from a theme standpoint because it's the most relatable, I think, for everyone who's going to be watching at home. With that, Plus,
Yeah.
plus I like the idea of being as ordinary as possible because I believe in ordinary people doing extraordinary things, or being
Aw.
dead,
Or
one of the two.
ordinary people dying in horrible ways.
That's what I said.
Well-
yeah.
Well, as a caveat or just a suggestion, there is I haven't seen many people suggest some of the more mundane things, but in the Hammer of the Emperor stuff, there is Ag World, which is a farm planets.
Hey, then I can do a heavy Southern accent.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
there's feudal
good,
worlds,
y'all.
which are
Well-
just a feudal society that you come from, or and technology level. There's frontier worlds, which are like pretty interesting, like kind of starter colonies. Very
Mining
new.
colony,
And
if you want to be
mining colony, where you can be a miner on an asteroid belt or something like that. Very
You think of
mundane
Rogue
things as
Faction.
well.
you know, if you do go aggro, I'll make Callahan 100% hardcore twang Southern.
Oh God.
There's also the post-cataclysmic world in Shield of Humanity that's available as well, where you're kind of this last founding of a regiment from a doomed or dead world.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. That can give some thematic elements to it. But yeah, no, just trying to figure out what you want because
Well, if we're going to
This
go
will- this will
roleplay,
affect you.
us being from an imperial world would make sense because that just make us, the masses.
Did anyone else when he was going to say whatever world it was
Yeah,
have
he
him
cut
blank
out.
out?
Yeah, you did cut out then. But
yeah,
There's just this blank
Would you
audio
like
space
me
of whatever
from-
you were going to say.
An audio space perfectly fit in right when you said the world, and as soon as you finished saying the world, it came right back.
yeah. So
I
we
had
didn't
no
hear
idea what you're
anything. I
referencing.
just
Well, the
Yeah.
imperial kind of I think makes sense from a role playing aspect.
Could we all be from Terra,
No,
or is
you're
that
not.
place dead?
You're not from Terra.
No, nobody's from Terra anymore.
Oh,
no, actually, a lot of people are, but they're it's all bureaucrats and
That's not us.
or Emperor.
bureaucrats
Soul
and
Food.
politics.
Oh,
Yeah, or emperor soul food, and not soul food in the good kind. Just your
No.
soul is
Literally your soul into his mouth.
into a psychic maw.
Well, isn't
yeah.
isn't the lore that thousands of psychers are sacrificed every single day to keep him alive?
you feed souls to him, yeah, and he'll take those souls are part of his life support system that keeps him just enough alive to use his psychic powers.
They're not really fed
his
to them.
stuff.
They're in this big what they call choir, where they all kind of push their psychic energy into the big beacon that guides ships across the Imperium.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason why he's there. But yeah, no. So what are we thinking? Do we need to do a vote?
I think
or what?
Imperial World would be cool.
I vote Imperial.
Ben, what are
We can
you
be
doing,
average
Ben?
Joe.
I'm
He is allowing the dog to climb over the green screen onto the sofa.
true.
Trying, but the dog has decided it wants to stay right there.
True.
It's like it's a Renaissance painting, but it's a really bad Renaissance painting.
A bee Renaissance painting or something.
The composition, it's glorious.
So I did my first roll real fast, like here with my die, just to see what it was like what my luck's gonna be for this game, and it's not gonna be good. I rolled really high. I rolled a 99. So
Yep.
Luck isn't static like
guys.
that.
So what? Imperial World? Then we're thinking.
I like
Yeah,
Imperial.
I like
it.
Imperial.
I'll make a note of it.
You are a general Imperial World. That was a D20, Ben. We don't use D20s in this game.
No.
God, Ben.
only D10s.
They
to make it
they
even.
all say 100 over here. What that would be an interesting looking die.
So with that chosen, you guys are gonna get you're gonna get some characteristic modifiers off that. You're gonna get some skills, etc. Just make sure you note what's your choice. And we'll get those whenever we generate a
I
character.
have a notepad.
Yep. So
What is,
make note, Imperial World is what you chose. That's gonna be 1 point. So that's 1 out of your 12.
Where is it in the list?
The listing starts on. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Success.
Okay.
Good job, Ben.
I wrote
We're
down
all
the
sorry,
words.
very proud.
I put all the letters down in the right order.
Very proud.
You get a gold star, Ben.
Woo!
I don't see it on the screen anywhere.
Hold on.
Please say you're actually going to put a good gold.
I just
star.
realized
Alright.
that the gold marker I have would not show up well on the white dry erase that I have. So
Oh well. Okay.
All
Where
right,
to
so
next?
I wrote down the
Second.
characteristic modifiers for Imperial World.
okay. Well, you didn't need to write that. You just need to make note that you knew that it's an Imperial World, so that we know that. But once we get through that, and you have a lot written down, we're going to go to the next step, which begins on page 63
Reading
of the core rulebook.
Execute Executive Order 66.
63.
Commanding officers.
Yes. You're going to choose your commanding officer's actual demeanor
We
or his
should
personality.
What page are we going
choose.
to?
We should choose a member of the community to
63.
be the commanding officer.
Straighter.
Bob Strader.
Yeah, that makes sense.
El Contador.
We can all just roll die to see who has the let
Or
RNG guys
what was
decide
it?
it.
What did he call himself in German? Buchhalter? Something like that?
I
Die
haven't-
Buchhalter. So our commanding our commanding officer is
Yep.
Straighter, and we should write that down.
Command.
Well, no, you
Well,
need to
there's
figure out
a
what.
there's
a
trait
chart
that's
here.
forget.
Yeah, there's actual rules associated with these personalities, so you need to pick out which one
I-
you want.
I feel like we should definitely make this as close to
Rob.
or close to Rob as possible. Which one of these likes to count?
Melancholic. Starting talents, air of authority.
Which of these likes
Oh
to
man, the the analytical kind. I don't know which one that would be.
That's the one I was.
Careful and introspective.
Fixed might be a good one.
Yeah. Fixed makes sense.
Or maybe circumspect.
Well, if he's fixed though, just think about this. He tells us to go and charge at a wall of people, just us, and die, and he won't let us do anything else.
You're proceeding from the assumption that this commanding officer actually gives a shit about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if you're going for that.
No,
go
he
for
doesn't give a
melancholic.
shit about us. That's why we're just
Well,
gonna
just-
die.
Just remember, like a commanding officer of a regiment is at least 3 or 4 levels of command above what you would normally interact with. Like this
Yeah,
guy,
there
this
you go.
guy is going to be a pretty
Like a-
far figure for you.
Like a major or something, or
That'd be a colonel, probably.
Colonel. Yeah, it's a colonel with a. Actually, I think a major is actually his second in command.
I kind of like
Colonel El Contador.
Yeah, it'd be a colonel, and then majors lead battalions.
I kind of like cleric.
we could get a guy that's gonna burn all the heresy.
So a guy that leads from the front. Very,
I'm
down-to-earth guy.
thinking like a very World War I style regiment kind of thing.
Well, it could be. It depends on how you run it. Like, because that's
So he's behind us with a nightstick, telling us to get over that wall.
he's blaring a fucking whistle right in your ear, trying to get you to go.
Well, I've just been reading a book, like a really detailed history of the Battle of the Somme, and like all of the British officers would just like from colonel level on down, like almost all of the descriptions is them just being like, "Okay, guys, let's go." They stand up to get going, and the first one shot.
Well, yeah. Because how else are you gonna get noticed? How else are you gonna get that Victoria Cross?
My was I had a great grandfather at Passchendaele, and he said that his commander lost his ear because he was behind the artillery gun and went, "I can't quite see behind this armored shielding protecting us," and put his head around the corner, and just straightway shrapnel came past and cut his ear off. So,
wow, that's crazy.
And then he came back apparently holding his ear and went, "Well, I know where they are now."
I can't hear him though.
See, my grandfather was in the Navy in World War II, and he joined the Navy because he didn't want to get drafted into the Army and end up fighting the Nazis, and he definitely didn't want to go to North Africa. So he joined the Navy, and they offered him, because he had a education in mathematics, a spot as a fire control officer for the main battery on a battleship. And he thought a fire control officer was the guy who went out there with a hose and put out fires after you got hit with a kamikaze.
Oh, no.
He didn't realize that the fire control officer was the guy sitting at the mechanical computer picking targets for like the 16-inch batteries. So
God.
He ended up as a flight deck officer on, I think it was the Gambier Bay, which was sunk by the Yamato in the Battle of Leyte Gulf.
Oh my God! One of the few ships the Yamato actually killed.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That's
historic right there.
So now we can say that ship pulled a Magnus.
Yes, exactly. It's a pre-Magnus.
The long line of Magnuses being pulled.
family tradition.
We got a timeline history of Magnuses being pulled.
You gotta make that happen now. You need to go and look at all your family history bin and set up a timeline of.
That's what I think.
Wait, was it Forrest Gump where the Lieutenant Dan's character has lost a family member in every single war up to the like the American Revolution? It's just like a 30-second montage of him falling over and over again in different costumes.
Yeah.
And then he was trying to do it himself too, but Forrest Gump saves him.
So, Bob, you say circumspect.
I think circumspect. I don't know Rob very well, but I would say circumspect.
It
depends. Do you want us to get like really unreasonable commands, or do you want us to actually have a guy who's trying to be smarter?
We're already gonna get unreasonable demands. Roach is in command of this whole thing already. We're already gonna get unreasonable, orders and stuff. That's the whole shtick of this thing. I'm just thinking about it from what's the personality of this guy? I don't know Rob Strader very well. Of what I know of him, of this list, I would say circumspect would be.
Yeah, it's the most like mathematical there.
You make me really want to pick out some of my officers' caps, Bob, and get them out of storage right now.
Well, why aren't you wearing one?
Well, because they're inside of their little dust bag thing hanging on.
I'll go get my officer's cap as well.
I don't want to
get officers' caps.
The only thing I have is I only have my field cap for my airsoft loadout. So I can get this. Hold on.
All right. Well, I'm willing to go circumspect too.
Circumspect seems good.
Nice.
Well, what I'm liking about that is observing the battlefield before acting, and that's what Robert kind of was always doing. He was always just watching what was happening, counting up the casualties, and going, "Well, that was fucked up."
All right.
No, he's always just telling
That's the only
you
one I have
how
out of
many
storage
men
right
he
now.
got killed.
So let's go with this one.
Like,
Colonel El Contador.
I'm pretty sure I remember a situation in my Germany campaign where Russia attacked Rostov-on-Don in the middle of a blizzard, in the middle of the night, across a frozen river in a blizzard against panzer divisions, and I was just sitting there going, yeah, that was like 500 data points.
So you're going with so what are we going with?
Circumspect.
Yep,
Circumspect. So okay.
Not
You have
circumcised.
Yeah.
No, we're not
Well, we
going
don't
there.
But that costs 2. And we'll go back to actually what that means for starting talents when we make the characters.
Mhm.
But yeah, also Ben, the one that you said originally, leading his men from the front and everything like that.
Mhm.
A good way to think about that in the guard and how that kind of works would be like, since you know something about the Navy, it'd be like a Mustang. Like if you know what that means in
Mhm.
naval terms.
Mhm.
So a guy that probably started out as an enlisted, but somehow became an officer.
Everyone above him got shot, and he just kind of...
Yeah, no, that happens more in the guard than you think.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people died.
Teenagers all got killed by the same Carniflex sort of thing.
Yeah.
All right, where are we going next?
Jesus, I can't wear this without getting a haircut.
We're probably going to regiment type.
I love how your hat literally landed perfectly on the pillow.
Yeah, it's
back
just
there.
like... Beep.
I didn't plan that. That was
No, you should have said. You should have said,
Sure
of
you
course.
You
should have
just
said,
fucking
of
chucked
course.
it over your shoulder, and it's just like... mm,
yep. Because I'm not
I got
good.
this.
Okay. All right.
We have video
next thing
evidence
we
now too.
Yeah. The next thing we need to do is go to regiment type, which starts on page 64 in the core rulebook.
All right, I already know which one I'm leaning towards.
Which is
Light infantry.
ooh.
I was thinking. I was thinking drop troops because I already talked about my love of being dropped from like
Are we not
ODST.
doing
I know it's
any-
not exactly like ODST, but it's still drop troops, which is.
Are we not doing any of the other war rulebook ones, Rich?
No, they are there. They are as follows. Hammer of the Emperor is page 40, and Shield of Humanity is page 32. All of those are available for you to choose, though I would tell you guys, try and kind of steer away in Shield of Humanity. Try and steer away from. Actually, no, never mind. I just read those. All of them are available, but pay attention to the cost because some of these are very
Like a
expensive.
super heavy armored regiment.
Yeah, or a heavy reconnaissance regiment.
I remember reading over that. I was talking to Roche about it. It's pretty much us driving around in a Baneblade.
Yeah,
I mean,
that'd be
I'm
awesome.
leaning-
But
I'm leaning toward line infantry or light infantry.
again, my thing is I love drop troops, so just gonna.
Well, I'm playing the medic, so as long as just give me a way to heal you that makes sense. As long as we're not
Well,
inside a tank and being a medic, that just doesn't make sense.
Well, it does make sense because the gunners on the top, or on the sides, and they get fucking hit by like a cannon blast or any other
Las
horrible
cannon.
thing that can happen to him.
Something gets through the armor and then he's paced, and you have to help him.
Yeah, his arms and his
Remember-
legs are gone, and he's like, "Help me!"
Remember, you're not a doctor. The difference between a medic and a doctor is a doctor cures people. A medic just helps them while they die.
Combat lifesaver. Your job is just to keep them alive
morphine.
long enough to get back to.
Morphine. You're walking, just
To
go.
the tits.
So what does everybody else think? Because I'm thinking reconnaissance, light, or line is what I'm thinking.
I like the idea of reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance
Is,
is cool, but I'm just gonna say I like the cool thing about drop troops. You get right in the thick of it immediately.
Actually, no, I don't like reconnaissance. It hampers willpower.
By the way, like I said, also look at Hammer of the Emperor and Shield of Humanity as well, because those
I
have
looked at them.
interesting ones as well.
Or we can be artillery, where we never see anything ever.
Just sitting around waiting to fire the guns.
Well, artillery has an option where you can have a basilisk for the squad, or you can have one mortar for every 2 player characters. So
You're looking at
be like
siege
a-
infantry?
No, it's like remember we have 2 other rulebooks.
Yeah, there's 2 other rule books.
Oh,
you
right.
can look
So, which other ones are we working with right now?
Both of them, and the
on the
page numbers are referenced. there.
Page numbers are on your screen.
I'm pretty partial to mechanized infantry.
So we get like a
You got
just
Chimera.
yeah.
I could go for that. Agility is also very useful.
Chimera also has you choose what its main armament's going to be.
Oh, do we?
If not mechanized infantry, that'd be partial to drop infantry too. Drop
Artillery
troops.
regiment,
I'm
guerrilla
telling
regiment,
you,
grenadiers,
Guys, we just gotta get dropped right into hell immediately.
heavy reconnaissance regiment, 8 points.
Heavy reconnaissance regiment means. Hold on, I'll actually look up the rules.
Is that the one where everyone
Exactly.
gets a sentinel?
What's a rapid
Yeah, I think
reconnaissance
so.
regiment? That's like
Yep, Scout Walker per person, 1 per person. So you'll have 10 Scout Walkers for the squad.
Kind of
on
like
heavy
Mech Warrior, the RPG.
Yeah, except it's a really shitty
Sure.
mech that's open top.
Rough Rider, grenadiers.
Rough Riders get
What-
horses, don't
what's
they?
a rapid reconnaissance
Yes.
one?
Rapid reconnaissance is
It's 8 points, so I'm pretty sure we're not gonna pick it because that's a.
What about grenadiers? That's 4 points. We each get light carapace, grenade launchers.
Trust each other with grenade launchers.
No, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea.
idea.
Rapid reconnaissance gives you a Tauros rapid assault vehicle for the squad.
I think we just go for mechanized. Sort of in the middle between armored and
The way I
infantry.
run mechanized, by the way, since especially now we're running with a slightly light squad with only 4 people right now. The way I usually run mechanized is you guys will be the infantry that's assigned to the vehicle crew, and the vehicle crew themselves will be an NPC. There'll be 3 guys there, but the squad itself will be superseding the what do you call it, the rank, the structure. So like you'll have a sergeant and a corporal within the squad, and then there'll be a corporal commanding the vehicle. So that way nobody gets.
Just listen how badass this is. A rare type of regiment. Drop troops are extremely specialized infantry made for rapid strikes from airborne transports.
Yeah, you do deploy from a Valkyrie.
About rapid
Usually.
reconnaissance.
Like we said before, that was a heavy Tauros. That's a Tauros scout vehicle that you get assigned, which is like an open topped Chimera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We were
a bread
referred
carrier.
to as the insane people from other Imperial Guards.
Yeah.
And I believe we are pretty insane, guys.
I don't know. I think if I'm
Dude.
riding around a vehicle, I want it to be like closed around me.
There's also the Salvage and Recovery Regiment. That's some flavor. That's an interesting regiment. Shield Humanity is the book that's in. You just go on battlefields and you're salvaging and recovering vehicles.
And like armor, I'm guessing. Like
Yep.
You guys want to be
We go in with an
That's
Atlas
Space Marine
Recoverer
dies.
tank. One maintenance
that Space
toolkit.
Marine dies, and we just grab this Space Marine and just like get him. We need his armor.
An Atlas recovery tank is basically a Chimera with a big crane on the top and no turret.
We could be intergalactic tow truck drivers.
Yes, essentially yes.
I must say, if we're gonna do that, we should have just gone and played Space Food Truck.
I was gonna say, why aren't we just playing Rogue Trader then?
So
So
what are you guys thinking then?
Why doesn't everybody in a line cast their vote for what they want, and then we'll discuss it? Bob,
Mechanized.
mechanized, Midge,
Mechanized.
Do I
paratroopers,
have to say?
paratroopers.
Fallschirmjäger.
Fallschirmjäger. You have to call it Fallschirmjägers. I'm gonna go with line infantry, and I think that leaves us outvoted for mechanized.
Yeah, that was
Yep,
mechanized.
2 to mechanized.
Okay, so we're doing mechanized then.
Okay, mechanized it is.
Hold on, let's write that down.
We're very
Yeah,
light
write that
squad
down.
though.
Dude, we got a sweet ride though.
Yeah, you get a Chimera assault Chimera armored transport.
Dude, the Valkyrie,
So-
it's not a sweet ride. We very much just jump out of the sweet ride, and then the sweet ride's gone.
Yeah,
What do you see
and then,
here?
and then
You're
you're
watch,
bad
you
ass
watch
and
the
insane.
sweet ride just flying away.
then you're just depending on the
died
Navy for
horribly.
help. And who gives a shit about the Navy?
All right, so page 66.
Yes, page 66, 41, and 33. This is your training doctrines.
No, I right off the bat, I like sharpshooters.
The snipers on another one. Guerrilla Regiment Grenadiers. That's regiment type.
We could be favored foe and just be racist as
I'm
shit.
just thinking like Iron Discipline.
Could be like skirmishers or infiltrators could be cool.
I mean, we are the Imperium man, aren't we already like super anti-Xeno if we got our indoctrination correct?
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, the other two rule books have charts as well with options.
Free hugs for Xenos.
Can we go for Crusaders?
Where are we, Tal? No.
Hey, I collect Tau.
Just
here's
fucking
a question.
straight up be anti-aircraft gunners.
Here's a question for the assembled nerds. Are we fresh or are we combat veterans?
Fresh.
Obviously fresh. We're total greenhorns.
Have you met me?
I would say close order drill then.
Just straight up basic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what that does is, because I remember that off the top of my head, it gives you an option between two different types of talents, and they both help you in combat with, like, if you outnumber an enemy. And I think the other one also helps. It gives you automatic flanking if two of you are fighting something, and it also accounts for the pet NPCs you'll all be toting around with you.
Penny?
So I mean, no, pet NPCs is in like an actual comrade.
Yeah, Penny.
Oh, so that's what you're going to call your pet NPC? It's just this is a random guardsman. It's going to be called Penny.
Hey, Penny, get over here.
So it's like a 6'6" bloke in armor called Penny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no.
Big old Ogre.
Don't ask, don't tell.
The Ogre named Penny.
It'd be like, would Penny be like Donut?
So yeah, close order drill is a good one. Let's see here. Survivalist is also pretty good.
Yeah, survivalist.
I say close order drill because
I don't feel like we're
cheaper.
skilled at surviving anywhere.
I'd say close order drill be nice because it will be it'll cost less, so we can have a little bit of a save point.
I like your mom there trying to stay off screen, Midge.
I put a sock on my door and be like, "Hey guys, no interrupting."
I'm not
I
going
don't
to
have
deny
a door.
Which is
Favor-
This door leads into the hallway outside my apartment, so that's the one I'd have to use.
Favorite foe is also
come in and go, "Oops, sorry."
Favorite foe is also a good one. The only problem is the fact that you guys don't know what you're fighting.
You know, we can really
God, I hate the green skins.
No,
Tyranids.
But we're fighting Tyranids.
You've got to hate Tyranids. Come on.
I mean, everyone hates Tyranids already.
Yeah, no, exactly.
They're
That's why
monstrous.
they're going to be a hated one.
They're scary as hell. Today, when I was like reading up a lot more on the lore behind everything, so I was a little bit more caught up since Warhammer is always something I wanted to get into, but just never had the time for. So I was like reading up, and I was like, "Holy shit, the Tyranids are scary ass things, like the Zerg."
Of the options out of all three of the books, I would go with Close Order Drill or Iron Discipline.
I was thinking of those two exactly, Bob.
It does give you willpower aptitude, which is good to have.
Which one gives us willpower?
Iron Discipline.
No one else wants to be an anti-aircraft gunner.
I was actually reading up anti-tank because it does seem like a good idea that if he throws like orc, war buggies and things at us.
Well, we're gonna be sitting here with our sniper rifles, and it's just gonna be an orc.
I just know
tank.
we're on a very foresty place, if I remember the map correctly.
That's why I think we need to hate NIDs. But you know,
using knowledge I leaked to the masses.
I really like favored foe. I feel like that lends itself to good role playing.
You will have to come up with a backstory for this world and regiment. So,
well, we were ransacked by greenskins somehow because they got in there deep. They didn't teleport us.
Where's this going?
And then
I
we
feel like-
did the thing.
This seems like some X-rated fanfic right here.
Well,
we
since
could-
we're from
we
an
could
imperial
make
world, it makes it
because,
hard
like,
to
they-
think of.
Imperial world, there was a hive of Tyranids that started breeding in our sewer system, basically it ended up with like our government building had like a carniflex and things just like grow through it, and the hive slowly took over our planet, so much so that we were forced off of our planet by Tyranids.
So, I don't feel like you need a lot of reason to hate the Tyranids.
That's not how things work in the Imperium, Midge man.
I'm just gonna tell you, Midge, that when you said they were in the sewer system, I was just thinking of like, you know how like snakes
What
get
sewer?
into the toilets around here in Texas. I was thinking I would just go in there and there'd be a Tyranid crawling out of the toilet.
Terragon.
That was my Tyranid impression.
Thank you.
Did you have anything in mind for favorite foe, Ben?
I was thinking of hating Tyranids.
I was just thinking, hey, greenskins, because greenskins are in their wog. I mean, God, just no.
I mean, I feel like being from an imperial world and, you know, being onset with enemies from all sides for, you know, as long as any of us could ever remember and anybody's families could ever remember, you wouldn't really need too much of a terribly convoluted backstory to hate the Tyranids, considering they're just a ravenous swarm.
Or we hate the Tau because
Problem
they're
is the limited
all their
information.
xeno-loving.
What? No, don't hate the Tau. I've still got
They're
5,000 points for them somewhere.
xeno-lovers. I mean, God.
Yeah.
Well, we can
problem-
hate the Tau plenty because they're pretty their history is pretty fucked up.
See
Yeah,
that
But they love people and like God.
But they also
no.
have really,
No.
really long-range rifles that they can shoot us with.
Well, wasn't there a whole? Actually, like
I'm just gonna point out, guys, the campaign has been written, so the enemy's already been chosen. So whatever you
I know,
choose,
that's why
it's not gonna
I was-
affect me one fucking bit. So you have
I
a
still
1 in
think
10
it's
chance of
Photo
picking
Drill.
the right one.
So we're all sitting around in a huddle, you know, exchanging racial epithets about green scrids,
No,
and then
the
a horde of
roleplay-
Tyranids come by.
The roleplay would be like we hate this one group of people, and so anytime we're sitting there and we're fighting, we go, at least it's not the fucking greenskins, or at least it's not the fucking
I got this.
Tyranids.
I got this. Favorite foe, Imperial Guard.
You hate yourself.
Well, we could hate the Space Marines. That could lend some flavor in there because
No, actually, you can't. There is a little stipulation right there underneath
Really?
that says it has to be an enemy of the Imperium.
Necrons. Everyone hates Necrons.
See, here's the thing, though. The way the kind of system works is you will have to explain how your world knows about most of these things, because we're talking like Tyranids. Not many people know about Tyranids outside of people that fight them. Same thing with Necrons and the Tau. Because the dissemination of information across the Imperium is very, scattered.
Well, we
think
seem to
if
be
you,
spending a lot of time trying to figure out who we hate the most when we could just go, let's go fucking Die Hard.
I was just thinking close order drill or iron discipline, because close order drill mostly because we will save a point there that we can maybe use elsewhere, since we've already used a chunk of points. Like, what was our reconnaissance? Was it reconnaissance? Let me check. What was our thing?
We're mechanized.
Mechanized. Wasn't that like 3 points?
3
We got
points.
3 points. The commander was 2, so we've already spent 5 points.
Do you feel pretty diehard?
Well, no,
if,
you
like,
also
it's-
picked-
6 points.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Imperial
six
World, we
points.
spent 6.
So we got
do
4
you-
points left. So
Do you feel like that you would be pretty diehard in the face of a Termagant or a Chaos Space Marine, Ben? You know,
Chaos Berserkers.
how tough and unyielding would you feel?
So
then?
if we use close order drill, we will still have 2 points left.
All right,
And
well,
if
why don't we just
use
do
our
close
discipline, we only have 1, or any other.
You have 12 points to spend. That's
Oh,
the base.
I thought
so
we had
you've
10.
only
Okay.
no. So you have 6 points left.
Snow Fox cannot into math.
I thought we had 10. Okay, I'm sorry.
So, by the way the aptitude thing works is that when you guys actually get to spending your experience points on things, having certain aptitudes will give you discounts on those options. So
Then we
like-
could always get 7 extra points by being doomed.
That's true. We haven't gotten the drawbacks yet.
We just got them.
Yeah.
We got our
about to
talent
say-
would be combat formations or double teams. So we can do all that.
Well,
kind of
let's just do close order drill.
Close order drill, 2
For
points.
me, being the person who wants
If
to
you
kind of
want,
save a
if you
little
wanted to
bit.
go with favored foe, I think heretic would be a good one.
Yeah, good,
that's a
general,
good shout.
easy enough.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like who?
roll the.
I mean,
who
every-
doesn't hate a heretic, right?
See if
You know?
that works.
Damn Protestants.
Aren't you Protestant though, Mitch?
Let's not get into religion here. So you have a choice between favorite foe or close order drill.
Well, we could take favored
the
foe and
cheaper
easily
one?
take chaos or heretics.
I think it has to be more specific than just.
Just it has to be more Nurgle. Come on, who doesn't hate the
Well,
god
no,
of
I
disease?
think it's more, you know, like, do you hate like Chaos Space Marines? Do you hate like, you know, Cult of the Possessed or something? Am I right?
Well, I'm just trying to see like where would we get use of this if we by picking this, there's an entire chance that we will never see any of that.
The way it works is that you get a star skill, Forbidden Lore, whatever you choose. Forbidden Lore, whatever you choose, gives you like certain information on that foe. Things that normal people wouldn't really know, but that's because you hate them and you understand them so that you can fight them better. The talent Hatred, I believe, gives you a bonus on combat tests relating.
Against.
So
the,
we could
type
really
of hate.
mess up some like heretics or something.
Yeah.
Bust into the door, start beating the shit out of them.
Start
So
crucifying.
Yeah, so it's situational. It very much is. Whether or not you'll see this,
It would be
depending on what you
flavorful.
choose.
Guys,
I think.
have we been watching his face close enough to see which enemy type we have listed so far? He
He's
has all
really
like,
backed away from the camera now, though, so we can't.
What do you even?
greenskins.
What even, Ben?
Oh, I see a smirk, guys.
But is that a good smirk or a bad smirk? How do you know?
Tyranids.
Oh no. I'm trying to just say, I'm trying to think of what it would be,
Heretics.
but I have no clue. Roach's choices, I think, would I don't know how he is the DM, so I cannot even begin to guess to what he chose.
All right, so why don't we vote on this? Bob, what do you say?
Well, my vote would be for close order drill.
Midge?
Iron Discipline.
Stuffbox?
Close order drill.
I'm going to go with close order drill.
All right, you've been outvoted.
Yeah.
Close order drill, 2 points, and you'll have a choice whenever you actually. By the way, we have to at this point we have to choose which one of those you guys are going to take because it's not per person;
Yeah.
it's for the regiment.
So
So are you going to take combat formation or double?
you want to do combat formation?
You can do you can do Control F, and you can actually go down to the talents section and see what those both mean.
Let's spell it right. That would help.
Yeah, it would.
I'll put for mansion.
Double team gives you an additional plus 10 for outnumbering an opponent. And combat formation allows you to use intelligence bonus for initiative instead of your agility bonus.
I say combat formation.
I say combat
say combat.
formation.
Combat formation it is.
We are ready since our commanders are ready to kind of like the the kind of
Analytical
overthinking
type?
dude. Yeah, combat formation just makes sense at that point.
It works.
Scaredy cat, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. You do that, or
Who
just-
knows? Maybe that's going to be some interregimental problems because of that.
Oh, our commander is just such a I'm so scared. I mean, they're right there. We can just kill them.
Oh,
Stop
God,
counting them and let us open fire.
He's not a Lieutenant Dyke, is he? From Band and Brothers. You guys keep fighting. I'm gonna go tell
Go
someone.
and take some
I'm
morphine.
gonna-
And
Go find help.
was that the guy that took all the morphine all the time, or
No, he was the one that just went on long walks. At,
He would just
During-
show up
That's
and
right,
they'd all be half dead to be like, I'm going to go report to
yeah,
regimental.
I remember that.
Command.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? You don't know. I've already-
It was the guy who took the morphine all the time.
I've already figured out some archetypes for the regiment. I just haven't figured out the names yet because that depends on what you're going to go for a theme.
There was a morphine guy. There was a guy who drank all the time. There was Nick.
Yeah.
I could just wonder.
Okay.
Or no, maybe I'm thinking of another one. I remember there's one where this dude who's always taking morphine to make sure he's like always kind of doped up.
Oh, isn't that in D-Day rather than Band of Brothers?
I think so.
Yeah.
Ooh,
next thing we have
drugs?
to do.
Combat
I was
drugs.
gonna say, the next thing is special equipment doctrines. By the way, all the books have charts for this. So on 67, 43, and 35, there are charts for your special equipment doctrines.
Well provisioned.
Yes.
Augmetics. That'd be interesting. I mean, I think I just talk about morphine all the time. I'm thinking we got combat drugs, guys.
Hey,
Midge is the dealer. Yeah.
there is actually a trait that I can become a trading chemist. As a
there's a dictionary thing in this too.
Yeah.
Be aware.
See, we should have just been penal, guys. A penal clinic because it's like commonly given to penal legions. Another unit who may require additional encouragement.
And all of you are addicts.
Scavengers is also an interesting one.
Scavengers is what I was just looking at. Steal and scavenge additional equipment from the battlefield.
We could always have cavalry. Oh, that's really expensive. Never mind. Actually, all of these on this book is
We could have electro vox warfare and like blare rock music out across the battlefield.
like the rock god.
Does that make
We're
us
just
all
we're just
wild?
gonna
Supposed to be
drive in on our mechanized
Wait, so
what's it
we
called
actually only
blasting
have
ride to the
4
Valkyries.
We only have
Our
4 points
Chimera,
left. Anyway,
our-
so-
Yeah, you only have 4 points left. Now, at any time, you can choose to take a drawback.
Well, you gotta think about this. We have our Chimera. We have giant speakers on it that are just blasting metal.
Just sort of levels of metal. Great. Yeah, I like it.
Isn't there like a god in the Warhammer universe that's like a metal god, and he just like goes around like playing metal all the time? If I remember correctly, I remember seeing a picture of this.
I think there was a version of like what they called the Inquisition had a music person. It was like there was an organ on top of a tank. I remember that.
See, I'm liking all the augmetics because frankly, you got me in there somewhere, and you got Midge as your medic. You might need biotic implants.
Well, the thing about the biotic thing is that still just gives you the +10 on a logistics test to be made. Specifically for biotics.
Well provisioned is the easiest thing to lean towards.
Can we go for cavalry mounts? Spend 5 points and then take a drawback. We'll be like conscripts.
We could use demolitions and just be like, we got. Oh wait, no, we
Explosives
do have Ben.
Shield of
We do have Ben.
Explosives with Ben.
Make Ben our explosives expert. Yes.
Shield of Humanity. That book has some good various ones that are available as well.
We could be cyber enhanced. We could be breachers. We could be the guys that get a really shitty job.
Automated artillery sounds cool.
I kind of
So it's like loads of automated turrets.
I was gonna say cyber enhanced, but I kind of want us to be as average as possible.
I kind of like forward observation, but that's 4 points.
What we got? We got 3 left.
4.
4 left.
4 points.
Ooh. We could do it.
Remember, you have
speed,
drawbacks to
knowledge,
choose from.
We're in a chimera, though. We don't. Stealth
Yeah.
isn't like a thing we do.
So guys, let's
So
just.
really, it's got an electric engine. It just doesn't make a noise as it goes along.
Green
Well,
energy,
no,
I'm sure, is
it just-
foremost in the Imperium's mind.
It doesn't use an electric engine. It uses an omni-purpose engine. So it's made to run on anything, whether that be gas, wood, corpses, anything that'll burn.
Well, on a side note, since we do have a newbie here who's well-provisioned, might actually be one of the best things we could pick because we get extra stuff.
Or we could, if we wanted to take a drawback, we could go for Vanguard because they're like they have well-provisioned chimeras. We start with like good weapons by the looks of it. Many of their missions are highly classified, often carried out in cooperation with the stormtrooper units.
We could be the reliquary. We could carry holy relics into battle.
Vanguard?
It's in Hammer of the Emperor.
Considered elite. All right, I gotta stop you there already.
Again, I'm just saying, we are average people. We are like,
You're also
you just go to
green.
any world and you grab a dude and you're just like, yo, here's a gun, go kill some people.
It's a
So
flashlight.
are we styling ourselves off of like the conscripts in Stalingrad? There's not enough guns for us all.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, no, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on what
Well,
you guys
we're
want to do.
equipped, but we just don't know what we're doing.
Like, because
Just
you're
inept.
Thinking
The way
like
it kinda works-
1942 Toccoa or something.
I was thinking more like kind of like D-Day, where you just got all these fresh people and you're just sending them to a meat grinder.
What about the Servitor accompaniment?
Oh, tech servitor.
Yeah, he accompanies us into battle.
We could have warrior weapons, and we could all have like swords and shit.
Oh my god, that sounds great. I so want to be a medic with a battle axe.
Yeah, swords, axes, and mauls, man. They cut the enemy apart in close quarters.
Medic with like a power sword. Chainsword.
I don't know. That would make us a little bit less of an average. That would make us even more insane. Think about being that in
Yeah.
a drop troop. You get dropped in with a sword. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, that would be great.
The one guy that got the dagger was like...
I'm liking the Servitor accompaniment because the tech priest engineers ensure that mortally wounded guardsmen continue to fight on in the Emperor's name, although fighting alongside a lobotomized cyborg with the face of a former friend can inevitably cause morale problems. I like that idea.
I'd rather
So-
be dead.
Even if we're half dead, this thing's keeping us alive and fighting while it's got like the head of Midgeman floating around on it.
No, the servitor is like our old friend has been turned into a robot.
Yeah.
With like loads of things. Okay.
It's just like, his face and his head and his spine on the floating cyborgy thing.
It's on a Dalek, pretty much.
I'm just
it's not floating. That's a servo skull. Like, it would be.
Servitor would be like the dude, but he's got like a bunch of like mecho stuff on him.
He's got his arm replaced with a spike gun or something. Like, just,
I kind of look at that as like our commissar.
Those
Isn't
you
that-
know those
does-
aren't the
does
same
that
thing,
not-
right?
Doesn't that urging us to go fight forward or else?
yeah,
no,
my-
The commissar would be urging you to go forward. The servitor ensures that you are able to fight and continue to push forward. Mechanically, you're able to do it.
my vote's well provisioned just because I feel like that might be helpful for us if we ever
Yeah.
get into a pinch. Since Midge, me and Midge have played a decent amount. Bob, have you played a lot of like tabletop RPGs?
Oh hell yeah, I played quite a bit.
So it's just Ben, but this would be helpful for Ben, I think, like really helpful. So
Yeah,
you can-
and to be honest, we do like we haven't we don't know what we're coming across, and
Yeah.
I was reading through
All
the
right.
portion.
Why don't we
where,
just
like,
take well provisioned and then we can
Yeah.
look at drawbacks from there.
I'm just going to point out, if you take well provisioned, you still have saved. You have one spare point, and that's the last choice.
Mhm.
Everything else is stuff that uses a different point system. So you will actually have come out on top with one spare point. Now you still can take a drawback, but I'm just pointing that out.
Is there a
We can
bonus
still-
for coming out with spare points?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can still
Let's
take
use
a
that
drawback and have more of those points available for other stuff.
Conscripts. We are being conscripts.
So we're going with well provisioned, or do you want to?
yeah, I'm thinking that's a good go, and it keeps on to the theme of us being average Joes. Average Joes that are well provisioned, which is
Well,
kind
you're
of a
not
little bit
average.
less average. but you know,
For some reason you have more.
Below average.
Below average Joe.
Welcome to Average Joe's Gymnasium.
All right,
this is the
so
average Joe regiment. Here you go. Here's a gun, and now go and get eaten by Tyranids.
All right, so what's next?
So it's the last major choice. Now, you do have an option to go to the other two rule books, and past the last listed reference page, there is regimental drawbacks. Starting for Hammer of the Emperor is 44, and Shield of Humanity starts at 36. You have a choice of taking one drawback. Now, a drawback will give you that listed amount of points back into the pool. Now, you don't need to take them.
I'm honestly thinking,
Like-
guys, conscripts. That sounds just right up our alley.
I just want to reiterate, these are bad things. They do bad things to you, and you do not need them at all right now. Like
We don't need them.
yeah, you don't need this at all.
Well,
Like
what
you
can
can,
we use these
you don't have to
things
look
for?
at these. Well, the way
Minus
it works,
conscript, minus 10 to willpower.
yeah, the way
Oh,
this
no,
works.
don't do that. Don't do that. I need willpower. You guys want to keep alive, we need willpower.
The way this works is that at the end of this, we're gonna figure out how many points you have spare, and the next step is to actually work out your standard regimental kit for a guardsman, and that uses 30 points base for you to buy your equipment for your standard kit. For every point you save on this step, you get 2 points during that one spare.
So that would give us 32 to start with.
Yeah.
Right
Now. If we take a
Right now.
drawback, we would have 8 extra points. Or if we pick
Or-
like conscripts. Or if we pick a big one like traders, which I don't think we
Doomed.
should pick that.
What
We
page
should
were
not
the
pick
drawbacks
that.
on in the core rulebook?
No, they're not in the core rulebook. Like I said, Hammer of the Emperor.
36 on the shield one, and then the other one is...
Can we have
44.
our drawback as incompetent
44.
leadership?
Yeah, here we go.
Doomed.
Honor bound might not be that bad. I don't know.
Lost Homeworld goes along with what I said. So we'll have crushing survivors.
Okay,
Because
No, I was going to think about something. We're well provisioned, but poorly provisioned.
Those can't be taken together.
Yeah, those
Oh, damn it. I was saying, can we game the system?
DM rolling here can't be taken like that.
can we be mistrusted?
We can't do that, so we get extra points, just not get any extra
I think
stuff
that
when we
works for
come back.
Ben. Mistrusted.
Doomed. Dead soldiers walking.
Mistrusted would be quite fun because no one trusts
Mistrusted.
Ben with a gun.
No.
Oh, no, that's
Bad
bad.
reputation.
Cannot burn fate points to survive fatal injuries? Oh, gosh. That would be horrible.
To all fellowship-based skill tests made with interacting with members of... I kind of like mistrusted.
Yeah.
From a role-playing, aspect, we're this squad of... we're well-provisioned,
your
we're
squad.
well-led, we meet well,
Yeah, this isn't just
but
your
nobody
squad.
trusts us.
Well, this is the whole
This is
regiment.
the vision of all
this
the
is your
people that have been
regiment.
kicked out of other divisions.
I mean, it's not just us that are going to suffer these effects. It's everybody in the regiment is going to suffer these effects.
The few. This regiment is surprisingly small.
Ooh, regimental rivalry.
Yep, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a rivalry between regiments themselves. That could also be an inter-regimental, like an internal regimental rivalry.
You mean like everybody's mad at me because I'm a bad shot?
Yeah, Ben's the cause of this rivalry. He
Do we
accidentally
really
shot
even
the
need
other
to take
platoon's
drawback,
commander.
honestly, though?
No,
Like,
No,
We don't
like
need
I'm
to.
saying, you don't need to pick this at all. Like it is completely optional at this point.
I'm only looking at it from a role-playing aspect and what it'll mean for like the fun of the game. But considering this is our first time doing this, I'm going to suggest we don't take one and we just go with our 32 points for our kit.
Okay, yeah, let's just
That's
go
what I'm
32
thinking, too.
points.
And, yeah. Bob, what's your opinion? Do you want us to be hampered in any way?
Of course they do.
That's Bob's only ever goal.
It's what we call fun.
That's right.
It is fun.
But we don't have to be.
It's because we would just it would fit in the line of our averageness, but
I mean, we don't have to worry about it right this second. I mean, Come back to it later.
Because I like if we're just gonna be like average / sub-average Joes, I don't feel like our regiment would have any sort of particular malice attached to it.
Well, we could hate the better regiment, because we're like the B guys, all the guys that are actually good shots, all the guys that are.
We're second string Imperial Guardsmen.
Yeah.
We're like, damn it!
Which are already
It's like that film, The Other Guys. We are the other guys.
Better, just a little bit better. Like that guy over there, he killed one orc by himself. I mean, holy hell!
I could go with regimental rivalry, but I don't think I'd want to take anything worse than that.
no incompetent leadership.
I'm totally down for regimental rival.
Yeah,
Let's go regimental rivalry.
That is, let's
2
see
points.
here. Yeah, so
I'm
you
just
have
gonna say that
3 points that you have spare now.
the little front picture.
So that'll give us 36 points to work with.
I just want to point out this is exactly the regiment I came up with when I was just working it out with Roche and checking it all out.
Yeah. Wait, really? No, these are the same options. Almost everything. I just realized that.
All right, why don't we go with regimental rivalry and settle it at that?
You like you're pulling strings in the background, boss. Witch.
Bob is
Puppeteer Bob.
just been like, I like this idea, so I'm just gonna whoop.
You guys are really
Bob picked these 6 weeks ago.
Ben, Bob, sorry. Are you
okay,
gonna be
by the
fighting our
way,
sergeant?
Why does that happen? Why? How do you confuse?
It's
Ben with me?
2 3-letter B words. Come on.
No.
he can't handle it anymore. It's all he's got.
He's gonna shoot all of you as soon as we get in the game.
His mind's stretched thin as it is. By the way, at the end of this, I will be having to break the embargo on some of the information because you will have to choose hatred and enemy for a single Imperial Guard regiment, and there is a limited amount of choices in this campaign.
Plot twist: we're the only regiment.
So I will have to.
We hate ourselves.
No, that is an option that is presented.
We're self-loathing.
It could be another company or platoon that you hate.
Yeah,
but
it'd be that one platoon of the best dudes.
Fucking Fox Company.
It's the
Fuck
next
this guy.
Chimera squad over that we hate.
Yeah. So
We gotta beat them.
So just make a note that you have to choose those at the end of this. We'll have to go through and do that.
All right, so equipment.
Yeah, we'll go to equipment now. And here's the thing: you don't need the other 2 rule books anymore. Just the core rulebook, because the reason we were using the other 2 was because they have they have the rules for regiment creation. Now you may want to keep those open because there are some things in their armories that are new, but it's not required at this point.
I've closed them off just because.
All right. We still need the core rulebook. Just
From what I can remember, real fast, guys, just using our leaked information that we have gotten, there was some snowy areas, like some mountaintops. So we might not want to use a universal standard kit because we might actually.
Well, I know there's also a lot of rivers too.
Yeah, so a one uniform.
What leaked information? All I saw was a tent.
Oh no, I leaked. Like you were gone. I leaked the world map.
Yeah, we saw the map.
Oh,
part of
a lot
it.
of forests,
Okay.
a lot of rivers.
Should I give that to you,
mountains.
bitch?
Yeah, a little bit, please. That might help.
Okay, I'll do that while we're doing it. Okay, the way this works is you have 30 points base plus the ones that you saved at the end. So, how many did you have spare at the
We
end
have 36.
of the regiment crew?
We had 1,
So,
then
yeah.
plus 2, so we have 36 total.
Yeah.
36. So for every point, you get 2 extras. Now, the way this works is you start out with the universe base. So already you have all of the stuff that's listed there. The thing that also you have to keep in mind is that the doctrines that you chose beforehand, some of those have modifications to the kit that you have to implement first. So your regiment type, your equipment doctrine, and maybe your training doctrines all might affect that. So look those over, make sure you modify those, and for everybody that's taking notes about the actual regiment that you're making, make sure you write all this down and get that. And then once we get past that,
Numbers.
I zoned out. Sorry, what?
like, okay, what I was saying is that your
Write down on the
equipment.
kit.
Yeah, write down on a kit and make sure you modify whatever needs to be modified by the stuff you've already picked. So your equipment doctrine, your regiment type, etc.
So we're each picking our own personal equipment?
No, this is for everybody. This is universal. You're not making choices yet. You're just making sure that you have everything noted down correctly. Because right now you can see on page 68 that there is the standard kit that's listed there.
One set of basic tools, one flak vest, one knife. That one knife, though.
Oh, universal standard kit. I see it.
Yeah, that's what that starts out as. But remember, we chose your equipment doctrines and your regiment type and your training type. All of those have the potential to modify that right now. So make sure you note down that.
So I got to go to other pages then.
Yeah,
that's what I'm about to do right now to go and check. I
gotta go all
close order drill.
Like I said, work amongst yourselves. Make sure you get.
So I think we should start at mechanized infantry and go back to there and figure out what that modified us to.
Yeah, and then once we finish that, then we'll move on to the stuff you actually get to choose.
The mechanized infantry gives us one M36 laser gun and 4 charge packs per player character as a main weapon, 1 suit of Imperial Guard flak armor per player character, 2 frag grenades, and you don't trust me with grenades, and 2 crack grenades per character, 1 Chimera armored transport per squad.
One Chimera. That was a hell of a Freudian slip.
Crimea. Well, I still have flashbacks over the Crimea negotiations.
Oh, yeah.
I have that still on my channel, actually, just that segment. 15 minutes of glory right there.
Yeah, that was funny.
Page 66.
All right, I've written down all that. I remember close order drill doesn't actually have anything for that, but I believe well provision gives us extra grenades, and I'm going to check what else it gives us.
So I need another page.
Well,
so we have
in your character on your character sheets there is a gear section.
Well, is that going to be more useful when we are actually making our characters, or is that going to be useful now when we're filling everything out?
You can use the gear. You can fill the gear.
Yeah, you can use the gear right now if you want to. But I am still going to say you should keep like a universal page where you have listed your regiment's gear, because we want to go through that. Because after we go through this, then you're going to be able to use those 36 points you have right now to buy additional stuff or upgrade the stuff you currently have.
Okay.
So I would recommend against modifying the character sheet right now.
Okay.
So, anybody else have anything to add in terms of our equipment?
I'm writing it down. So standard regimental, our well provision gives us 2 extra. For the increase the number of clips for their main ranged weapon and their number of weeks ration, they carry as a standard by +2. So we'll get 2 more of 2 more clips for our las guns, right? And then 2 more weeks worth of rations.
Yes.
So what's that mean?
An additional grenade of each type in their standard kit, if applicable. So we'll get 1 more frag grenade and 1 more crack grenade and 1 more frag grenade. And we'll get.
So did you guys start this by writing down just the standard equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Write down the standard universal equipment. Then.
So and then we'll modify it from there. So 1 uniform.
Because
do it in tallies.
And also, this actually works well for us. If this regiment contains vehicles, this also grants a +10 bonus on all logistic tests to obtain fuel and parts for repairing the main and maintaining that vehicle. So
yeah, that'll help. That'll help a lot.
1 laser pistol and 2 charge packs. 1 knife. A knife. 1 Russick. Or sling bag. I'll just write bag.
Backpack's good as well. That works as well. More ruck.
1 set of basic tools.
So, are we writing this down onto our character sheet already, or are we writing this down on?
I'm just using a note. I'm just using a notepad.
All right,
notepad right now because we're going to modify this
before we actually commit it in there.
Yeah, I'm doing this all on Notepad++ right now. So
yeah, that works just fine.
Yeah.
I'm using a pen. I'm a fucking
I
caveman.
was doing it. And I was like, you know what? I could just use Notepad because that's
I'm
a lot nicer, especially ++ since it has everything. I like the way it looks on that.
We will get a las pistol.
Well,
One
no,
blanket.
like it says there, you get one las pistol as your main one, but being mechanized replaces that with the las gun.
Right. Yeah.
One lamp. One grooming kit. Furry bastards.
So does flak armor get replaced with flak vest? Flak vest get replaced with flak armor. Sorry.
Yes.
So we have one dog tag.
Yep.
One instructional book. One handbook.
Yep. One primer. One imperial. One.
For when we run out of ammo, I can just throw it at something.
There's actually a physical copy of that book. Like Black Library actually released a limited run of them, and it's like a 200-page book that's totally serious, where it goes through like training of Imperial Guardsmen and everything. It's actually really interesting, but like it's super hard to get. I think it's like $1,000 to find a copy nowadays because it's like 10 years after they did the run.
All right, so now I got that written down. So now I'm going to go to mechanized. Standard kit 104 charge. So the
las pistol is replaced.
So did the M36 laser gun replace the pistol?
Yeah.
Yes. Because you see
So
how in the parentheses the las pistol was listed as main
weapon.
Main weapon. Yeah.
And
so
now
we take
so
the
that's
laser
replaced.
pistol out. We got M36 las gun and 4 packs.
Yep.
One suit of Imperial Guard guard flak armor per character. So does that replace our uniform, or is that on top of it?
That replaces the flak vest.
We had a flak vest?
Yeah.
Yes.
shit
One
was that?
flak vest. That was after the knife.
Yeah. So we got one uniform, one set
How
of
did I
4
miss
weather
that?
gear, one
I don't
las
know.
gun with 4 charge packs, one knife, one flak vest, one rucksack or sling bag.
Uniform, laser pistol, knife, flak vest, yeah.
So I guess you
That's
just
stupid.
missed that.
We have one
But yeah,
set of
no,
basic tools, one mess kit, and a water canteen, one blanket, and one sleep, thing or rechargeable lamp, and sleeping crap, and grooming kits and all that stuff, and your basic
Sleeping crap.
necessities.
Yeah, like you're not going to be sleeping inside the fucking chimera or under it. Like a common person would be in that combat zone.
Yeah. One primer or
the crew might have dibs on that.
And
What's a
then-
crack grenade, by the way?
Crack grenade's an anti-tank grenade.
Yeah.
Crack.
So we're kind of set when it comes. Kind of.
Think about it as a panzer cracker.
Okay.
And we
It's
have
Panzer Cracker.
rations for 4 weeks since we got
What kind
the
of
additional
cheese do you
weeks.
put on the Panzer Cracker?
Obviously, the cheese. Just cheese, because I mean that's a double entendre with 40k anyways. So much cheese.
So did we?
That's right, I said it.
It is 4 charge.
All
packs,
complaints
right?
go to Benjamin Magnus at benjaminmagnus.com.
Because you come with 2 charge packs.
.com. Got a website.
Well, we came with. Shouldn't we have? We had
We should-
4 because
Yeah,
we
yeah,
were
we should have 4.
mechanized,
Yeah. Well, it's not.
and then well provisioned doubles that.
Oh
right?
yeah. So we have 6.
Well, it gives you 2. It gives you
Extra.
2 extra weeks.
So we get
Yeah.
6 charge packs.
So we have
There we
we have 6 charge packs.
Yeah, you get 6 charge packs, then you also get the extra rations.
Gain an additional grenade of each type, so we're up to 3 grenades each.
Yep.
If the regiment contains a vehicle that also grants plus 10 bonus on all, should we write that down? The plus 10 bonus on all logistic tests, or is that for you?
Yeah, it should be written down because that's something you'll need to know for your stuff. Because who knows? You
Because
might
he's
need,
going to
you
be
may
an
need
evil
gas.
person and he won't remind us.
Yeah, no, it's your responsibility to bring up anything that you have, like that modifies the roll.
Contain fuel and parts for repairing.
It's like
Or-
it's my responsibility to try and nullify those.
Well, I mean, you're the DM, so you can cheat as much as you fucking want because it's, you're the one making up the story.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Alright,
when
so
our
I
vehicle
think-
gets knocked out, it literally gets like 100% blown the crap up to beyond repair. It's like, well, okay. Well, guys, we can't repair it now.
I forgot to upload RimWorld today.
Oh no.
Yeah, I forgot to upload CK2.
Well,
I can do that
good thing
right
it's
now.
still so early in the morning.
No, I probably shouldn't be uploading while we're actually doing this.
Probably not.
Because we're actually using bandwidth. Okay,
Yes.
so we modified for mechanized, we modified for well-provisioned. Do we need to do anything else?
Oh, shit, what was
No, your
well-provisioned?
training does not modify it because you had close order drill, so that didn't modify anything.
All right, so now we got to move on to our kit.
Well, your drawbacks, as
What-
far
what
as I
page-
remember,
what-
did not modify anything.
What page was
Mm-mm.
well provisioned?
It didn't change anything. Well,
well,
I already heard-
Well-provisioned is page
Okay.
67.
So, Midge, you're going to have 6 charge packs. You're going to
Yeah,
have
just-
3 frag grenades and 3 crack grenades and 4 weeks of rations.
Oh, 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
We have 2 weeks standard, and we get 2 extra weeks of rations because of well provision.
and that can be further modified.
Thank you, El Contador.
And that can be further modified because now we get to start spending more points. So
Well, no.
All right, so now we're going to go...
Make sure before we move on to the next thing, I want to make sure everybody that's writing this down. Everybody has everything written down and is ready
Yeah.
to go.
I'm good.
So,
All right, so
Mitch,
I'm going to read off. I'm going to read off what I got, and I just want you guys to double check to make sure that's the same as everybody else. Okay. All right. So this is out of order a little bit, so we might have to flop around a little. We have 1 uniform.
Mhm.
We have 1 set of poor weather gear. We have an M36 las gun with 6 charge packs. We have a knife. We have a bag. We have 1 basic tools. We have a mess kit and canteen. Or mess kit or canteen. We have a blanket or sleeping apparatus. We have a lamp, a grooming kit. We have our dog tags and handbook. We have 4 weeks of combat rations. We each have our Imperial Guard flak armor. And then 3 frag grenades and 3 crack grenades. And then plus 10 logistics for fuel and parts rolls.
yep.
1 Chimera.
one Chimera.
Yeah, well,
One Chimera per squad as well.
Per
Shit.
person.
We left Ben in charge of logistics and he forgot the truck.
What is this?
So
Red versus blue, where we always forget the ammo.
Okay.
All right, so should we
Thing
get to move
do.
on?
Well, yes. The next thing we do is we choose 1 basic weapon and 1 heavy weapon to be the regiment's favored weapons. The weapons must be at least very rare or more available.
I want
So
to.
would this
basically
be
this-
something that like one person would in our squad would carry?
Well, no. The way this works is basically it states that like for the basic weapon, like it's basic weapon and heavy weapon, they're favorites. So what that means is that the regiment stocks these pretty commonly. Like they're either
Okay.
very well
So-
used by the regiment or something equivalent.
With that,
Where are we
that
going to
should
find
pick what
this
we already
information?
have? So
I
our
found-
last
where's the
gun.
weapons page.
Las gun is not very rare. Oh, I know.
Yeah,
Actually,
no.
never mind. You can,
Is
it
there
can
a
be
list of like weapons to pick from
Armory,
somewhere?
Yeah, there is. Armory.
The
You go-
What page?
You go to the armory.
Who just dropped out of
Starts on
Discord?
161.
Oh god, it did the thing.
It was a roach again.
Roach again. Where's my Roach?
Page 161, guys, for the
Roach.
armory.
Discard.
Oh, he's gone back into general chat. Hold on, I'll drag him in. And then I'll unmute him.
Okay,
There we
so
go. He's back.
it was page 161.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know what it is about Discord the last couple of days. It's been kind of wonky for me.
Every once in a while, when they start messing around with like updates and things like that, the servers tend to get a little wonky.
Yeah.
They update once or twice a week, so
Yeah. But yeah, you go to the armory. What you want to do is anything that is at least very rare or better, you can choose as basic, and you can choose the basic and heavy weapons. And these
I'm
are
seeing
favorite.
this.
Sorry, it starts on 168 for the actual weapon.
Oh, okay.
And then the list of weapons is further on. It's on 174. Yeah. So I have to have these all written down for medic stuff because I need to know what you get shot by.
Well, why are we getting shot by our own
You're
guns?
so not going to get that information.
So it has to be very rare or higher.
No, less. At least very rare is the highest you can go. Like high,
Okay.
rare is the highest
Can
you can go.
Can we
You
have?
can go less.
So
So we can't have
should-
extremely
again,
rare.
should we just have our las gun be like the thing that would stocked well, so that way we don't run into errors when our las guns get
errors
messed
in
up?
logistics.
Yeah.
Here's the way this works, though. Here's the way this works. Okay, with the standard kit, it is assumed that everything that is going to be listed in your final standard kit is well stocked and easily available in camps that your regiment frequents or is stationed at. So what that means is that I won't force you to roll a logistics roll unless there is extenuating circumstances for your standard kit equipment.
So we might that's not going to really apply unless we're in a desperate situation where ammo might become scarce, and he might want to, for the story's sake, make us not have ammo accessible for some reason.
Yeah, and even then, actually, the Imperial Guard charge packs are made to be rechargeable in the field.
So
like
there
there
were two options that we needed to pick.
Yeah,
our basic and heavy
gun.
weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, basic and heavy.
Yeah, you need both of those. And what this kind of means is that, you could say your las gun is your favored weapon, but it's not really going to matter because the reason why we're choosing this is because you get a +10 bonus on logistics checks to obtain your favored weapons and ammunition for them. So,
I mean, for
So
basic, mine, I would definitely lean towards sniper rifle from solid projectile weapons is my favorite basic.
the one out long las.
Yeah, which is the laser one.
Well, we got to think here. So I know there's a lot of forests. So I'm trying to think here what we want, because we don't want like a bullpup lasgun because we're not going to be in any like close quarter scenarios.
The sniper rifle's got a 50 meter extra. The projectile sniper rifle has 50 meter extra range.
Yeah, but here's the thing though: are you trained to use a solid projectile? Because you're going to be using lasers. You're going to be using las guns. Those require basic weapons training, and you're going to need so you're going to need to take that anyways whenever you pick your character, whenever you make him. So why would you have if I had one with a solid projectile weapon when we went to make the character, I would have to be proficient in both laser for my standard stock and solid projectile for the
we're picking this for the regiment though, so we got to think about this. This is for everyone in the regiment's favorite weapon.
Yeah.
So if we were all wanting our favorite weapon to be a sniper rifle, that would probably be beneficial since we already trained in las guns to be using a long las, since that's 150 meters, or a man-portable las cannon if you want to.
Well, we could do both because we need a heavy and a basic. We could do each of those.
I'm trying to think here. What's everyone else's been here? What would y'all want to be your favorite weapon? For me, I was thinking something like I
can't get my favorite weapon.
Okay. I think for our basic, we should go shotties.
Shotguns.
That's what I was thinking. Shotties would be yeah.
But they're solid projectile.
No,
the laser shotties.
Yeah.
Oh. What are they?
Well, there's the hot shot laser gun, and there's the bullpup laser gun.
Yeah, hot shot.
Well, no, you have the have the triplex pattern las gun, which is a
3-shot.
Yeah,
a 3-shotter.
And that's a rare for basic. Bob, what do you feel about basic?
I'm feeling grenade launcher personally.
Grenade launcher?
What bin?
There's also we could also go something a little more middle of the road and get the carbine. Although we already have like a laser rifle, why would we need a rifle and a carbine?
Yeah, we could go for a pistol if we really wanted to have that
pistol.
That
the pistol's out because
pistol.
it's the wrong class. We need a basic class, not a pistol class.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a class. So
that's right. Yeah, I just saw that.
So we're looking at like hot shot laser gun, bullpup laser gun, triplex pattern laser gun, long las,
storm bolter.
What was the?
We could go for
do we want to go for bolt weapons?
I want a storm bolter. That is like my ideal weapon.
Plasma gun.
For our heavy, do you want to use an M41 multi laser?
Is the bolt weapons are going to be a whole nother class of weapons we would need to learn how to use too, right? So I think we should probably stick to laser.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Like these are supplemental because you're not going to get these like off the bat anyways. Like you have to pass a logistics test to even get them. You have a bonus to that, but you still have to pass those.
What about the flintlock musket?
I actually was looking at that. I really liked that.
Just get a sling in there, crossbow.
It's completely unreliable, and they're plentiful.
You could go with the las lock and actually be able to use it.
For basic, I would choose either a flamer or a grenade launcher.
Where's flamer?
It's in second table.
Flames.
The next page.
Table 6-9.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I didn't even see that.
And then can we get the multi-melter? Is that
For heavy, I was just.
Come on. What about just a fucking bow?
The M41 multi-laser, because that's because you said the rarest we could have is very rare, right?
Yeah.
So the M41 multi-laser would fit in there. We will have las training, so we would be able to use it if we ever come across one of these.
Well, M41 is like a vehicle-mounted weapon, though.
Is it?
But it is, yeah. Well, I mean, it can be mounted on a tripod.
That's what's on top of the Chimera.
Yeah.
And we are going to have one of those.
I would assume that since we're in a mechanized regiment, that the M41 multi-laser would be actually fairly easy to find and equip on vehicles anyway.
That doesn't make sense.
I would go for a man-portable las cannon for the heavy.
There we go.
Okay.
So someone's walking around with this giant thing strapped to their back.
Well, no, the las cannon is a crew serve weapon.
Oh, it's more like a cannon of some sort.
It's like a 50 caliber like machine gun. Like you'd be toting that thing, or a 30 caliber. Like you'd be toting that thing around with like 3 or 4 people. Is the crew?
It also has a range of 300 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be exactly.
Well, that's its average. That's its medium range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
pretty much. It'd be like those World War II guys, and you have one dude. He's got the barrel. You got the other dude. He's got the stock, and etc. And then we sit down our back.
Why don't we go man portable laser cannon in the triplex pattern las gun? There's shotties and a big machine gun.
Well, we're in a forest, so Bob's little
which one?
flamer idea is actually pretty good.
Triplex pattern.
Oh god, I can just see now Ben setting some trees on fire and burning us all to death.
Flavor because we are going to be in a very foresty area. So
why would you want the triplex over the M36 las gun though?
Well, no, that's the thing though. Here's the thing.
We already have the las gun. We're choosing the extras.
Yeah,
we're choosing gun is Bob. The way this works is like you're going to be able to get the M30 since the las gun is part of your basic kit. So far, it's part of your basic kit. You'll always be able to get an M36 unless an extenuating circumstance happens. So, like Stalingrad situation, or things where shit's going really bad. You'll always be able to have those red standard kit. The favored weapons, these are things your regiment uses in abundance, but is not necessarily assigned to everyone. So
right. I know that. I get that. I'm not sure why we would also stock the triplex pattern with the M36 when they're very similar weapons, with the triplex having half as much.
It's a shotgun.
It's a shotgun.
Well, I would go for the flamer then instead.
I'm liking the flamer because we're going to be in a forest, and I can already see just fantastic things happening.
Burn everything down.
Also,
the flamer is goddamn basic, really?
Yeah.
We are, yeah.
All right, well,
I
was laboring under the assumption that the because I hadn't looked, the flamer was a heavy. Why don't we do the flamer and the cannons then?
Yeah, sure. Flamer and the cannon.
All right. So list those as your favorite basic weapon is a flamer, and your favorite heavy weapon is a man-portable las cannon. By the way, Midgeman, I sent you the map. So
I got it, and I showed it up on my video as well.
Okay.
Heavy is the...
Hope you guys appreciate that. It's probably a lot of time making that. The sleepless nights.
And the basic is the flamer.
Yes.
So who trusts me with the flamethrower?
No one.
Well, that's a different conversation entirely.
No one, ever. No one should ever trust you with one of those.
Well, as long as you guys are behind me, you should be fine.
Unless we want a recreation of the napalm on the mortar pit scene and we were soldiers, we do not give Ben the flamethrower.
I think it's going to be great because I just
broken arrow.
Just having
prepare to defend yourselves
of burning this forest to the ground.
Fixed bayonets.
I feel like we're going to be quoting a lot of war movies in this. I know I'm going to be saying prepare to defend yourselves.
Well,
often.
Once we use the flamer, I'm just going to be like, I love the smell of burning trees in the morning.
The thing is that the flamer does present an option, so that that is a tank of fuel on your back when you're using a flamer.
Oh God!
Or
that's
a tank.
That's why I said you guys got to be behind me if I got it.
No, it's on your back.
We would be on in front of you. Then.
Yeah,
Because if it's on your back, the back blast of it.
No,
blowing up
you don't
is gonna go that way. Right?
Ben is just off on his own with the damn thing. We're just not even
Ben
zero.
is on top of the hill. We're at the bottom in a ditch covered in water.
I did enjoy the idea of using a bow.
We're in a
though.
trench. We're in a
Just
trench.
a fucking tank of Promethium on his back, just going up.
Yeah, bow and arrow would be quite fun. I like the idea of that as well.
All right,
Crossbows.
so the next
All right,
bit
what's
of this is you have 36 points right now. Okay,
So are we going back up to the kit?
we're going to page 69. Giggity. Now,
Jesus Christ! Did you do that? Did you just
Yeah.
really do that?
yes, I did. What are you
Trust me,
going
if
to do about it?
If my
What are you
wife
gonna
was
do
here,
about
she would have said giggity like 8 times already.
I want the stub revolver. I want a 44 Magnum
Stop!
as a
Stop!
sidearm.
Let everybody get there first. We got to lay down some stuff about this. The way this works is right now what you have listed as your regimental kit is what is currently available. Some of this stuff is stuff that modifies what is currently in your kit or replaces. Make sure you read very carefully all this stuff and make sure before you write anything down, we talk amongst ourselves, or you guys talk amongst yourselves, because this is for the whole regiment, not just per person.
Where it says,
So
let's go to the very bottom real fast. There is a couple of things that I'm already kind of looking at being as a,
by the
add
way,
one favored basic weapon or add one heavy weapon, favored heavy weapon. Would you guys like to get our flamer and or man portable las cannon from the start?
Yeah, but I am going to say,
well, we have the proficiency for the heavy.
yeah, I'm going to say that there are also some limitations on those. Make sure you read those beforehand.
Yeah, like
so
I
that
said.
you know them.
What do you mean by can only
May
be taken
only
once?
be taken
As in
once,
you can only
As
have
in-
one of them.
As in, you can only buy that once.
Right. So,
So, you know,
but does that
so,
stay
like, if
in
you
our
want-
battalion at all times? So,
Well,
like,
no.
it will still be there for every mission, but
yeah, this is just for your actual kit. Like, say you could spend 10 points buying an additional knife and have, 5 additional knives in your kit. That's what it means.
Yeah.
So, like, instead of buying a las pistol with 2 charge packs, you can't do that 3 times and have, 3 spare las pistols in your kit that you keep with you. That's what
Okay.
that means.
so I am very happy if we buy a Stunmer's revolver, everyone else can have my normal ammo and stuff for my other guns. I just want to run around with a pistol. I want to be a medic with a 44 Magnum.
You only get 12 bullets.
Yeah, but if anything gets close, if I'm being a medic, if anything gets close enough to kill me,
You're a combat medic.
medic. You're going to be fighting in the front lines with us, and if one of us gets
But say,
shot,
are we
then you-
immediately hamstringing ourselves by
immediate-
taking one of our guns out of it?
by doing immediate help to us? But other than that, you're a normal infantry guy shooting people with us.
What does the
Fine.
Minotaur manual do?
It is like a what's a good word for it? Like the way I usually run it is that a Minotaur manual is kind of like this thing that logistics officers get issued, or people working in logistics or with the Minotaur. So you get a fellowship bonus with them. So when you're running like trying to get a logistics test, like saying like, you could try personable, or you could also quote regulations that you memorize from the book, etc. Things like that to try and help you gain an advantage. But that's that.
I mean, my initial thought would be to, immediately take one basic and one heavy weapon with us. That still leaves us 11 points to work with.
I'm going to think real fast that is there
Here's-
something on here for us to have like mountaining gear to be able to
There's a
target?
grapple. There's a grapple.
There is a clip and drop harness standard kit, which is kind of like a rappel rig.
Yeah, so, a grapple you could go up with, a harness you could go down with.
Okay. Well, all right. So we already have like kind of like mountaining gear already in our kit, on our standard kit, without us having to add extra stuff. I'm just using the map I've seen before to already kind of give idea, like maybe fit our kit to make sure we're in the, because we already kind of got our area. So
What are Prey Sense goggles?
They're you can see through bushes like heat goggles, aren't they?
They're heat goggles. They're infrared.
Who wants to be Predator?
or be when we're playing Armor 3 and you got the nice heat.
What happened to Bitch Man? Oh my god, get it away.
Ew, we have a. Why do we have a predator in our
Yeah, it's a
game?
predator.
There's also binoculars for distance.
We already have monoculars. We already have a monocular in our kit from.
We do?
Yeah, from Mechanized.
Wait, it added
remember
it
that.
added one.
I believe so.
I don't see. I don't have that on my list.
Where do I read monocular? I swear we had a monocular.
I don't have
I
it.
didn't know. Bob.
Well, Midge is going to go on an adventure trying to look for
Not
that.
that I recall.
I'm pretty sure I read this entire list out loud
Yeah,
to
no,
everybody
no.
and said, "Does yours equal mine?"
Bob, me, and Ben are all on equal terms on our gear here. Midge is
I think
Has found
Midge is the
something.
new Magnus now.
How will Roach punish him?
all right. We won't need filtration plugs because
Or will we? We just
Maybe
have
not.
a planet
What's,
and
what's
die.
the
Maybe.
What about the survival suit?
I was kind of eyeing that too.
It's radiation in it.
Well, the
I was
thing
thinking
is
the
that I
survival
wouldn't.
kit.
Here's kind of where I think some min maxes come into a little bit of play.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
read the
want
wrong
to.
one.
I wouldn't want to take something that could easily be gotten through a logistics roll.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Easy.
What about a
It's a very
survival
subjective
kit?
term, Bob.
Pardon.
Easy for a logistics role is a very subjective term.
Well,
Yeah, add a clip to drop harness. We don't have that in our standard kit already, right?
I mean, I would think that it would be easier to find a survival kit than it would be like an Auspix for it. So
Well, which one was the one that lets you the night vision thing or the heat
Prey
sensor
sense
thing?
goggles.
Where's that Prey sense
That's
goggles?
15
I'm
points.
looking.
Now remember, you have 36 points to spend. And
That's 15
Extra
points.
medical supplies could be good. Like,
Okay, so-
for example, the advanced med kit, the detox and the injector.
I mean, I like the idea of us all having Prey sense goggles. I don't feel like that would be something that would easily be gotten through a logistics role that would be readily available to a frontline regiment.
Depends how high up the chain the regiment is.
What's a grapnel? Is that like
A grapple?
grapnel? Yeah.
Grapnel? That would
Is that like
be like
a
for
grapple gun or
going up.
that's like
I
going
would
up.
imagine.
The drop harness is for going down.
Well, there's already clipped or drop harness. All right, so we want to grab those to add into our kit because I know there's a mountain, and I think since Roach made it out of his way to put a mountain into our map, that there's probably going to be something we're going to have to do on that mountain.
Well,
My initial response would be to grab things that would help our survivability and mobility in the field.
So that's what I'm thinking.
I think we're going to be okay in terms of like ammunition and supplies and stuff like that. But because considering we're just standard troops, increasing our mobility, I think would be
that's my exact thought.
our mobility, our situational awareness, things like that.
That's my exact
just gonna
thought with
point out
these
there-
things. Just Roach.
I'm just going to point out there are a couple of mundane things that are not in your kit that you might also look into. Things like smoke grenade might be an option.
Actually, that would be a good
Also,
option.
also a chrono would be pretty good for your standard kit, which is a watch, which might be a
Wait.
good thing to have.
We don't have a watch.
No,
Okay, guys, we need a watch because if we're gonna do any kind of like
Chrono.
any like
I would
kind
keep
of-
vote on everything you're gonna say, because don't write it down as soon as somebody says it. Just
Well, that's only 2 points as well, so that's pretty
You
cheap.
guys
So why
think
don't
a
we?
watch so we can?
So, are you guys okay with putting a watch on there for 2 points?
Yeah,
I'm
because
very
we
okay
need
with
that. We need that to like if we're like sleeping through the night, we need to cycle watch and like
Not even
who's on
that, but
watch.
if we're doing like a timed like a attack, like if we as a squad we're going, okay, here's an enemy position here, we will set a time to specifically to begin our attack. We would want to watch for that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're sitting there going
You,
1, 2, 3, 4.
you guys have no idea how nice I'm being by pointing that out. I've had 3 separate games where they forgot to put one in there, and they had to organize a timed assault by the placement of the sun on a world that had 2 suns. So
Okay, what's a purity seal?
you can't take it, by the way. just pointed that out immediately because it needs a. It's
Oh,
been
okay.
an
No,
original.
never mind. Shut up, Ben.
It was something that would help you. It'd give you like a little bit of like a bonus to things. But yeah,
We can't anyway. We're not
How does
Penta
everybody
Regiment.
feel about respirators or gas masks?
Well, we're in a forest. Speaking of this is a normal forest, I don't think we're gonna need a respirator.
What is a normal forest?
Well,
This is
Yeah,
alien.
we don't know what
Okay.
kind of planet we're going to be on.
True.
There could be like a noxious swamp
it could
or something
be,
like
but a
that.
forest normally, trees normally,
I'm just gonna point
absorb
out, all
toxins.
you know is that it looks green from orbit.
What about
Nah,
screamers?
That is an
That is
That is an orbital resolution map. It is nothing.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's do this a little more logically and start with something easy that we can easily figure out. Do you guys want to have a favored basic or heavy weapon or both in the regiment to start out with?
I say
Or
just
was-
the heavy.
I was thinking,
I say just the heavy because we all have laser training, and the
Yeah.
heavy is a laser, whereas the flamer is flamer training, and none of us have that yet on our characters, and it saves room
Oh.
for our character development. To
All right,
not have
that's
it straight
very
away.
very logical. And then we go to make our characters.
I
One
need you to
person
know
could
this
spec
logic.
towards flamer.
I'm going to
Yeah.
take a. If you do take that, I'm going to point this out. I am going to make a GM decision here, and that if you do take the heavy weapon, that is one per squad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay.
I think we all naturally assume.
yeah,
that.
Well, yeah.
because
It
if
doesn't
this is what
say
you're
that.
talking
So I am
about-
going to make sure that is a thing that you guys know.
Yeah.
Well, I was laboring under the impression that we were going to be allowed to have one flamer of it at some point and one heavy weapon per squad, basically.
Because I was thinking like this is like kind of like World War II right here, where all four of us are probably be carrying in our backpack a part to this gun that we will assemble, and then
That or our lackeys will, because we do all have a second man, don't we? We all count as two people, technically.
okay.
We all have
It's
a
not.
penny.
It's the relationship isn't player Sherpa. I mean, that's not.
It
You
is
know,
now.
It really is.
Okay.
10 people, right? So,
You also
Okay,
have a
everybody-
giant tank that'll carry things for you, by the way.
Well,
just
yeah,
point
okay,
that
okay.
out.
Everybody,
Well, you said already that we're gonna be in front of a tank, right? Like we're gonna be ground troops, right? Like
I
in
didn't
front of our
say
tank or
anything.
something like that. Well, you said the way you like to run your mechanized
Chimera is a
troops.
transport. Carrier.
Yeah.
so we would be in
It's
it,
an
then we
APC,
would
you jump in
dismount
it.
for combat.
So it's like a half
Okay,
track.
so raise your hand if you want a basic weapon standard in the kit to start with.
I think I'm thinking the heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, now raise your hand if you want a heavy favored weapon. All right, so we're going to spend 15 points on a heavy favored weapon.
Right.
That leaves us with
one favored heavy weapon per squad.
Going into
So
our
that
equipment
leaves
list.
20.
that
Did we
leaves,
have
what,
8
19
extra
points?
or 6 extra points?
6.
Okay.
6.
So that leaves us
We'll
with
give you 17.
So you
So we're gonna want to pick something with that odd number of points for the sake of points. I think if we're gonna try to really max this out,
you can get 2 weeks of an additional ration.
an additional ubiquitous item.
Yeah, you can do that as well.
But what? Well, we have points to grab pretty much anything we want outside of like a 20 pointer. So why don't we'll look through here and figure out what we want to have.
I'm going to point out
We
things
have
like
to watch.
economical decisions. Just going to point out things like spare uniforms could necessarily be an interesting thing to take.
Can we take a dress?
'Cause
Can we
Um,
take like
I don't know about you guys, but if my uniform wears out, I'm just going commando.
You cut out so hard
Yeah,
just now.
you cut out so
Yeah.
hard there, Ben. We didn't hear anything after you say that.
I don't know about you
I'm,
guys, but
I'm a nudist soldier.
Oh
so
man.
basically we're now becoming catch can jungle fighters. All dressing as Rambo.
Okay.
Okay, real fast, just thinking here. Since we have a man-portable las cannon for our squad, would we want to get a targeter? Because, we're looking at 300-meter range here.
We're not sharpshooters.
That's
they're not
sharpshooters. We're not
sharpshooters.
sharpshooters.
Screamers.
Oh,
aren't
so we
they,
have to have that doctrine? I thought that was saying that came with the doctrine, though. I didn't know that was
All right,
something
what's a
that,
stummer?
What, a stummer?
Yeah.
A stummer is. Wait, hold on a second. Let me actually look at that in context. What's it next to?
It's
Stummer.
It's,
Got it.
it's right above.
I think the stummer, if I'm thinking correctly, is a noise cancellation device. It gives you a noise cancellation field kind of around you.
That doesn't feel right. A pic recorder, I'm assuming, is a camera or a camcorder of some kind.
Camera. It depends on kind of the. Yeah, it's basically a pic recorder. It'll take video and audio and.
Okay. Microbead.
guys.
That is a. Oh, by the way, no, yeah, I had that written down. Get a microbead standard, no matter what, because it makes it a lot easier for you guys to work. It's essentially just it's an ear radio. Like it's a radio.
So
It's an inter squad
So should
communication
we
radio.
add
I
that
give
to
you
our
that- I give you
equipment
guys
list
that.
then?
Yeah, I give you guys that free because not having that is
a pain in the ass.
It's really bad. Yeah, no, it's really bad.
Because
So-
then we're yelling at each other. It's like,
Screamers are distraction grenades, aren't they? Yes.
Are they like flashbangs?
No, they're
No,
they're
they
literally
make lots
things
and
that
lots of
emit.
noise.
Yeah.
So if you've got tyrannage charging at you, you'd flow one up, throw it in as far as you can in the bushes the other way, and they will run to it, sort of thing.
I'm going to suggest the grapnel. It's a small odd point, so that'll give us an even number of points left, which most of these are even number of points to work with. So that's good from a min-max standpoint, but I also feel like trying to get up an obstacle is going to come across more often than trying to get down an obstacle.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just that could work. Also, don't forget there's
real
a
fast.
large degree of flexibility with the add an additional item of blank availability. There are a couple of odd ones in there that you could also take a look at.
Real fast, I'm going to say bring this up because we haven't really thought about this, but improve a single item to the standard kit from our common conversion to either good or best. Good would be 5 points, and best would be 10 points. If we want to make one of
can
our
we
items
immediately
really good, yeah.
Can we immediately upgrade our guns to be better quality weapons?
Yes.
For 5.
To good or to best. So I mean, like, this is like the best fucking las gun ever, or best las cannon ever. Oh no,
that might make it
that's
harder
not
to get them
sorry.
fixed though if they break.
Yeah.
Oh, would it? I thought it
Yeah.
would just make it less likely to break because it's just
No,
really.
but
Yeah.
you would need one of us would need a better crafting level to be able to.
I mean,
Fix it.
I'm willing to go to good craftsmanship for the 5 points.
And that'll give you. I think
Because that would
gives you
make
an
our
extra
weapons-
5 for rolls with it.
That
Alright.
make our weapons slightly
Yeah.
better, and they wouldn't be very much more difficult to repair if necessary.
Okay.
So next
So
to our
5
labs,
points for.
we're gonna.
And you wouldn't be unnecessarily hampered if you had to take a
And
common
is everybody okay with picking the las gun as the item
Yeah.
we want to?
Yeah.
Because that's our main
36.
weapon. So.
craft. All right.
Isn't that the
I'm just gonna
only
write-
gun we have, all of us?
Oh yeah, that and one
Right now.
las cannon.
Yeah.
We can upgrade our damn uniforms if you want.
Hey
Or a
man,
knife.
this
We all have a
uniform-
really
really-
good knife.
Slick uniforms.
All
Our
right. So
uniforms are
far,
crisp and clean right out of the dry cleaners.
so far, you guys have taken, and I'm just doing this to make sure we're all on the same page. You've taken 2 points for a chrono. You have also taken a 15-point favored heavy weapon in the man portable las cannon, one for the squad, and now you have also taken a single war gear item to bet a good craftsmanship for 5, specifically your las gun.
So 22,
It's 22. You had 36 to start. So
14, or
So we got 14 points left. We could pick it. Well,
it does knock
You
some
pick an
things
8?
out of your choices here a little bit.
we could pick an 8 and another 5, and that'll leave 13, or an 8 and 2 3s. And that would get us to 14. An 8 and 2 3s would be min-max perfection.
what's a
What's
pick
a
recorder?
photovisor or
Picture
second
recorder is a
photo?
camera / audio recorder /
If we're looking at picture recorder microbead, I would pick the binoculars out of that
I thought saying
before I pick the
binoculars.
camera.
Remember, you already have a microbead. Remember that.
Yeah, we already
Yeah.
have microbead. So
So I mean, if we're looking at the 8s here, I'm looking at
I'm looking at the binoculars. Yeah.
I'm looking at a survival suit. I'm looking at a respirator or a gas mask.
I'm just gonna say filtration plugs are a good cheap option for filter stuff.
I thought you said we couldn't have filtration plugs, or what was the thing that you said we couldn't have? You said like you put a GM discretion in there real quick.
No,
I thought you did. Oh well.
no. I the only DM discretion thing I said was it's one favored, one heavy weapon per squad instead of
Does
just one.
does anybody have anything specific that they would like to vote on?
No, Auspex, I
I'm
think,
just
would be good.
I'm just currently looking at the
Do we all agree
the-
like on our 8 points here? What are we looking here? I know I'm looking at binocular because I know
none of us have sidearms, by the way, do we?
Yeah.
We have a knife, and we have we have our nice las guns. We have a life. None of us are equipped with a sidearm. You could
I'm
take.
just
I mean,
gonna.
if we took.
I'm just gonna point out that even after this, when we guys make your characters, your specific class that your guys are going to choose will modify your
Equipment
standard
again.
weapon. Yeah,
Okay.
it'll modify it slightly for your individual character. So this isn't end all be all, but I'm just pointing that out.
I also
So
forgot, do we want a smoke grenade? Because that's not in our standard kit. And if there's ever a moment where we might need to have something for us to cover us
How
so we
much
can
is
like
a
run to
smoke
it.
grenade?
It's 5
5.
points.
I'm looking for it.
Now, somebody might want to go and take a look at this in the armory and see its availability rating, because you might actually be able to play the system a little bit instead of getting just a smoke grenade, getting an additional item of whatever availability that is, and maybe it'll be cheaper.
Because down at the bottom, it's 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 10, 15, 20 to
so-
get an item of availability.
So if a smoke grenade is abundant, you're actually making, you're saving 2 points, 2 to 3 points on that.
Well, I think what we should do is kind of work from the top down here. We've got 14 points left, which means the most expensive thing we can get is a tenner. So I think what we should do is grab, figure out what we want for the next best thing that we have on the list here, and go from there before we're running through the armory looking for stuff.
So add an additional knife. Add a las pistol with 2 charge packs. Add an auto pistol with 2 clips as a sidearm. Add a sub-automatic as a sidearm. A sub-revolver. Additional frag, smoke, or crack grenades. Replace our M36 with the shotgun.
Crack grenades are out of your price range, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's
Didn't notice
15
that.
points.
And we already have 3,
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
add a
You don't need
clip-
you don't need
harness.
normal grenades, but a smoke grenade is useful. I'm going to point that out. It is a useful item to have, especially since everyone in your squad will have at least one. So that's at least 4 of those.
do you guys want to take a smoke grenade with us for 5
I'm
points?
thinking that's pretty good, but you want to keep going through this just so we know all our options, or do you want to?
Well, I don't think we need to read the whole thing off. I mean, we've all
Okay.
gone through this for the last 20 minutes now. We've looked it over. We know what's on there. Does anybody have any particular item that they think is? I'm just trying to go through this the best way. Does anybody want to vote on a particular item that they think that we need?
Well, knowing as Midge is our combat medic, do we want to spoil our combat medic? He's already getting extra medical supplies because of well provisioned, but do we want to spoil him more?
Well, and he's going to be able to customize himself when he makes his character as a medic.
Yes, I get one.
We're more
advanced med
interested
kit.
in stuff that's going to be good for everybody here.
But since you have one advanced med kit, how many uses is it? Because I'm pretty sure since it's a role playing game, it has uses on it. On how many times you can use it.
It says single use.
Yeah.
So you only get one.
Well, but I could probably do certain roles because of my medical knowledge.
The med
to
kit's
not
out of our
use
price
it all.
range anyway. The advanced med kits, we
I
can't
was
afford
looking
that.
at stuff like
Doses of.
yeah, like
I'm
a
actually
dose
looking
of
up
stim
what
and
they,
an ejector
what
to
they
a
will
standard
do.
kit. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, stim is like a stim pack, and the injector is like a syringe.
Yeah, a syringe to inject said stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking up what the
What's,
other two are.
What's the price of a smoke grenade?
5.
5.
5. What's the price of a common craftsmanship item?
5.
5.
5.
Or, okay, then never mind. You're spending the same.
It's moot.
Yep.
It's moot. It's almost as if they knew.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Designed it that way. Yeah.
this is like the 5th or 6th iteration of this rule set. So
Mhm.
they have a.
I mean, I personally feel like we could use binoculars or the survival kit.
I was thinking, what's the binoculars and a smoke grenade? So that way we have smoke grenades.
That's 13. That's 13 points. That leaves 1 over for ubiquitous item of ubiquitous quality.
Okay.
Smoke
I
grenade and binoculars. Do we want to do that?
I was thinking because that seems more practical than the survival suit is nice, but I was trying to think of something that would help us in a combat situation, such as smoke grenades are going to be very useful and binoculars are going to be very useful. Because
What is your opinion, Bob? You've been very quiet.
Been letting all the other nerds speak.
Well, go ahead, King Nerd.
That's right.
So I'm
What
just
type of-
looking.
What is your opinion?
What's your opinion?
I think a scanner would be a good choice.
That's a shout.
Scanner.
How much is that? Is that a 5 or an 8?
That's a
Or
10.
is it something else? A 10.
I don't even see
what
where's
does the
scanner on this
scanner do?
list.
The
Single
Auspex-
Auspex or scanner as the squad.
I mean, do you guys
for the
want
squad
a tricorder?
There it is. A tricorder. I mean, that leaves us 4 points left, so we can do 2 2s or a plentiful and ubiquitous item.
Or you could do 4 1s as well.
So I'm just also
Or
looking
two
at what
abundance.
those drugs are. Stim is painkillers. Slort is a heightened awareness drug, and Frenzon is a variety of combat drugs used by the penal legion.
As a standard line regiment,
they
are we
send you
going to
into a
become
frenzy.
equipped with fancy drugs?
Well, no, and
no.
that's exactly why they're limited by combat drug doctrine. So you can't take those anyways.
Which we did.
Yeah,
which we didn't
the
take.
only one you can take is a stim and an injector, which is 8 points. That's the only one you have available as a combat
Okay,
drug.
cool.
So what does the
Yeah,
scanner will do for us?
kinda.
Like scan the immediate area up to whatever
Gives you-
said range?
Do you hit
Yeah,
control
okay.
F?
It's like playing Pokemon Go.
Well, that's a bad example.
It's not. No.
Yeah, but it gives
Hey.
you bonuses on your perception checks, things like that. That'll help you out.
You
That's
bring
actually
up
a good
your
idea.
scanner, and what do you know? A wild wog has appeared.
It can also be used in. It can also be used in like tracking or scanning certain items. Or
There's a full description
various
on
things like that.
page 200 of what it is.
So, I mean that would be helpful. But again, what's I don't know. I'm scared because how many times Roach? Well, like 3 times now. Roach has said smoke grenades would be useful.
How many points have we got left?
We have 14.
14.
Well, we could get. We can't get both, can we?
No, we
That would be
cannot get a
15.
smoke grenade. If we do pick the scanner, we cannot get that smoke grenade that he said would be useful 3 times.
Can
Well, I'm
we
just
vote on a
thinking.
smoke grenade then?
But I say yay on a smoke grenade. Well, we're voting on the scanner, really.
So right now we have
Because-
a chrono, the man portable las cannon for the squad, good M36
And a
so
good
far, right?
gun. Yeah.
And a good gun.
That's
I
what
mean,
we
we've been
currently
arguing
have.
for 20 minutes and we haven't made any progress. So we gotta-
I think
This is pretty common for this part of the game.
Yeah.
It's important. I mean, this is like what
It
we're all
is.
gonna have, and
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Let's min-max this for a little bit. A smoke grenade is a common quality and availability item.
that's why I'm not
Which-
leaning towards a smoke grenade, because I would
So you're
imagine
saying
they would
we
come
can,
equipped
like,
with smoke
buy
grenades.
them or pick them up. Well, not buy
I'm
'em,
saying
we'll be able to pick it
logistics
up at the
tests
armory.
for items. I'm saying logistics tests for items are affected by their availability quite heavily. So the more common it is as an item, the easier it is to acquire it during a logistics test. Because guardsmen don't get paid. You don't have money. You are assigned things, and you can requisition for more things. But it's up to the
So we would
logistics
roll to ask to get some smoke grenades into
Yes.
our.
I mean, that's
our
kind of
regiment.
why I'm feeling like we should reclaim the 15 points from the heavy, las cannon that we.
Oh, now we're
Stack
going
ourselves
backwards.
Well, that is an option. Because the thing is, for
The
heavy
Chimera
favorite
has
weapon,
already got an M41 on the roof.
yeah, which isn't a las cannon. The difference
Yeah, but
is for anybody that's not
Are we
acquired.
not going to be leaving the Chimera at some point?
Well, it's a
and venturing
transport
away
vehicle,
from it?
So we're going to be leaving the vehicle quite often, since we're not the crew. We're
Yeah.
the infantry in the vehicle.
Yeah,
So the
well,
infantry,
it's still-
the crew of the vehicle is going to stay with the M41 in the Crimea over. You okay there, Mitch?
Well,
I'm just
What do
pointing
you-
at. The las cannon is. I don't remember what availability the las cannon is,
very rare.
but it very rare, which is kind of bad. But it's somewhat negated by the fact that you get a +10 base for it being your favorite heavy weapon.
Right. So we already know that they're in the regiment.
Also, you're well provisioned, which obviously gives you a further bonus on top of that.
Yes, it's
so-
another +10.
So now the talk is we get rid of our heavy weapon and we just go in with our base equipment, laboring under the assumption that there's a good chance we're going to be able to get that equipment later.
Well, let's
What is
think
the
about
next-
the scenarios where we're going to be actually deploying the thing, right? I mean, it's not like someone's going to be walking along and be able to just fire the thing. It's a crude weapon, as we've already established. So
It's
things got to be mounted on.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to mount the
Mount
thing
something
on
on
the
the ground.
tripod. It's gonna have to
Yeah.
be like someone's gonna have to load the thing while we got another gunner
Okay.
shooting it.
Then,
So
on the other
minimum
hand,
3.
we could we could go. We get to get 5 of those points back by going with a basic weapon and having one person in the squad spec for flamer when we make our characters.
Well, that's the thing, though. You don't get to spec
that's something you're
necessarily.
carrying. Well, yeah, but you would have at least
get
one person who's going to have the flamer, skill.
Well, no, that's the thing, though, is you might not. Because here's the way it works, is that when you are going to pick up your... when you go into your character, when you go into character creation, you get automatically certain things assigned to you based on your class. You get certain choices, like with basic guardsman classes, you get a choice between solid projectile weapons and las weapons, and that's your choice. Then you have at the end 600 points of experience that you can use to buy certain skills and talents at the end. And here's the thing, that's kind of hamstringing a certain person that you're saying, okay, you're going to be using this. Because if he doesn't get that, then he is at a massive disadvantage using something he is not trained for. Because I think it's like a -10 base on top of whatever modifiers he has. And keep in mind, your character is going to start with something like close to 20 to 30 that you have to roll under that on a 100-sided die. So,
all right. So,
just pointing that out.
What if we 86 the heavy gun in anticipation of being able to get that sometime later and replaced it with the Presence goggles, which we know are something that is not going to be terribly easy to find, but we know would be useful in myriad of different situations.
We are in a lush area. Okay, so
we're assuming it's lush. We may drop down here and it might be a shallow ocean world with algae all over. We just know it's green.
No, okay, there's blue, so that's water in there. I'm assuming
algae. Algae.
For all you know, this could be just a world of moss.
Okay, that could be.
See, that's why I'm saying Presence, because the Presence goggles could be useful in any number of environments and not just one.
Well, I was thinking it would be very helpful in the area that we're obscured because, heat vision, you're going to be...
And also it's the same number of points, so it doesn't change the way we're looking at the future situation.
Yeah. Which is it's also infinitely more utilitarian because you're not going to be able to get those easily or at all. So...
Why don't we vote on replacing the heavy gun with the Presence goggles, Bob?
Yeah, I'm down for it.
Yep, sure.
Midge?
Yeah.
Snowfox? Okay, we're doing that. So we're just going to take off the heavy and replace it with the Presence.
Okay. Now, essentially, you're still in the same position. You still have to make a decision on the last 14 points.
Yes, that's why I liked the Presence, because that doesn't really affect the previous convection we were having, because now we still have those 14 points.
Can I do something? I was gonna say, if we pick the Presence goggles, now we have heat vision. We can use smoke grenades to obscure our enemy's position, to then use our heat vision goggles to see them and kill them.
I like that.
But that leads us back to the other that puts us right back to where we were before. Smoke grenades are common and are going to be most likely very easy to find.
But do we need a scanner if we can already see them?
There's also
we don't have a scanner.
Yeah.
As I'm saying, one of the things was choosing a scanner. So if we already have Presence goggles, do we need a scanner though?
Yeah.
I'm going to say we don't need a scanner if we have the goggles.
I'm just going to point out as a...
The scanner's more utilitarian than just seeing.
Yeah.
But
they
kind of overlap.
Also, what sort of scanning equipment does the tank have?
The tank have? It has obviously a zoom function. It has a telescopic zoom function for the main weapon.
So it doesn't have radar.
Viewports.
Well, this is the
it has a radio.
Which is not the TAL that are very technologically ahead of the game.
It's one step above a T-34.
I've reached the limit of what it has available to it. I'm sorry. It's also, I'm going to point out, you can, when we finish this off, we can make a choice on what exact variant of the Chimera you have available to you. Because there are multiple variants that have different main weapons.
God, more decisions.
So like Bob was saying, the M41. Bob's saying the M41, which is like a slightly beefed up las gun. It's a multi-barrel laser
Gatling laser.
Yeah, but there is also variants with like an autocannon, which is kind of like a Bofors, like a 20 mil Bofors kind of like thing, or even a heavy bolter. So Like, so you're not totally naked to vehicles with this thing.
Why don't we finish off our standard equipment before we get into the conversation of what the chimeras?
Well, I know. I'm saying it does
The
affect.
conversation just because there's a chance that we could get a chimera that had a scanner on it, then we wouldn't need a scanner. But
Yeah, that's what I was trying to ask.
Yeah. Well, you don't.
Okay.
You don't. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it doesn't exist.
yeah.
So
because
we still have 14 points, right?
that would be more in the line of
Yes.
the Tau, I think, in their vehicles having
Just
scanners
a
and
hammerhead or a
and-
what is it called? Devilfish.
So I think then a respirator and then 2 additional units of 2 weeks worth of rations.
What? So we
already
6
have
weeks
4
rations.
weeks. I mean, do we really need 6 weeks of rations on ourselves? You know?
Yes.
2 months. 2 months worth of rations. Will that be useful or not?
Well, I don't feel like an extra month's worth of rationing is worth the points when we could use it to get something.
You don't
else
know.
that
Can
I
you
think
eat
is
the
gonna-
green? I don't know.
Are we? You're assuming here that we would be out in the field stranded for 2 months.
This is the Imperial Guard. Yes.
And not
I do
die,
imagine that.
and not die before we eat our other already 4 weeks worth of supplies. And I mean, frankly, I'm not above stealing it from anybody else.
We're
I mean, we
alone and
already
stranded,
hate-
though.
We already hate one other regiment, and that regiment's alive. We can make.
Can we just
We're
go
just stranded with
steal
the
from
other
the other?
regiment.
We're just going to boost from the other regiment. Just run into their
I mean,
camp in
sorry.
the cover of
Exactly.
darkness with our heat vision goggles and steal from them. I
Yeah.
like that idea.
All right. Well, we got to figure out what else we're going to be bringing in here. So, does anybody have a favorite item on the list?
Do we
I-
still want binoculars? Because I see a lot of use. Of
I don't
binoculars.
want.
Well, the heat vision goggles don't zoom, to my knowledge.
Well,
Unless
Roach
they do.
specifically said there's a telescopic item on the vehicle.
But
Yeah,
that
the main-
would
the main
require us
guns,
having
sights.
constant communications with our vehicle,
Well,
which
you
we
have
might not
microbeads.
have.
So yes. You have
We
microbeads.
will have. We have microbeads.
So we
Which
will
is up
have
to-
constant
I am
communications
still
with
all for
our
the sound making
camera.
streamer grenades. To be honest.
I'm going to point out some things about this, just as a suggestion from your friendly neighborhood god of this world. So they're going for 2 5-point options, and then using the rest to get 2 abundant availability for the standard kit would give you the most options to choose things. And there are 2 5-cost items here that would be greatly useful to your unit, just talking about the actual setting you're going to be in. And those being...
I mean, I'm looking at the
additional
grapnel
uniform,
kit
'cause
again.
Well,
I do remember
I-
Roach talking about an additional uniform.
Well, no, I was going to suggest a filtration plugs for part of your standard kit, which are essentially, they're less effective than a respirator or a gas mask, but they're plugs that go in your nose, but they filter air. So if you breathe through your nose, they'll filter air. They can get, things like tear gas, light, biological or chemical weapons.
I
can
say
be
filtration
filtered
plugs.
as long, those are filtration plugs.
I think I'm going to agree with our friendly neighborhood GM right now. So
Let's do what
All
he
right,
says.
filtration plugs it is.
And then that gives you 5.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, that gives you an extra 5-point option, and I would again suggest maybe some smoke grenades, because that's
Grenades,
another
there we go.
5-point option.
I'm taking a smoke grenade.
All right, smoke grenades it is
So
then.
filter plugs and smoke grenades. That gives you 10 points you've just spent, which means you have 4 points
So we got
spare.
4 left.
So you have the
So
choice that you could take
do
4.
What page
Abundant,
does the
or we
We
can
get-
take.
what page
I
does that
I
start
say
on?
we
190?
get 1 plentiful and 1 ubiquitous. Oh no, we can't. Oh, we can get.
we
have
could
4
get
points.
1
Yeah, 4
plentiful, and we could get 2 ubiquitous. I mean, 1 ubiquitous.
Or we could get
What
2
page
abundant.
does this stuff start on?
It starts on the armory page, which starts on,
163.
and specifically, you can choose anything that's an item. And what I consider that is, as long as it is not a piece of armor or a weapon. So war gear is perfectly available for you.
So not the weapons.
War gear starts on page 197.
Oh, I was way off.
So would I find all the small things that on here? I'm
That's
pulling
what
through
I'm
it.
pointing out to you.
Yeah.
Now remember, you have the choice of 1. What was it? Plentiful, and then 1 ubiquitous.
So what page? The war gear one?
Or
2 abundant.
197. That's where it starts.
Tranquilizer. What's recaf?
Coffee.
Coffee.
Oh, it's just coffee.
Let's get chameleon clothes.
Tools.
No, that's a rare item.
So we're looking at 2. What was it again?
Well, we can have 2 abundant, or 1 ubiquitous and 1 plentiful.
How about some manacles?
We could have some. We could have glow globes.
You already have a lamp pack, which is rechargeable.
Yeah.
But we could have another one.
But we could have
grab
2.
We could bring man traps. No man. Okay, no man traps.
So-
What's an uplifting primer?
That is something you already have. That is your.
What's Calexian infantrymen's PCTD?
You can scroll down a little bit, and there's actually a thing about that. I'm just going to point out you can either do 4 ubiquitous, you could do 2 abundant, or you could do 1 plentiful and 1 ubiquitous. Those are your 3 options to split your remaining
Where
4
does it
points.
say how?
In the table that accompanies that, it says right across the availability for everything.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, for drugs, we could get a recaf, a trank, and
I was looking at the tranks, honestly. That those could be used in different situations, I would think.
I've been looking at clothing and worn gear. Oh no, there's nothing. Everything's common. And ubiquitous is common ubiquitous, or ubiquitous is just like ubiquitous? I have not seen a single thing that has ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous is the easiest to get.
So common,
Ubiquitous
yeah.
is the easiest to get. Like I said,
What is exactly you want to do with the trank?
Trank enemy?
Well, I would imagine that we
I don't know.
trank enemies with it in certain
We
situations.
can drug Magnus when he becomes too out of hand.
I mean, I could imagine maybe like drugging in the commissar, maybe. But I mean,
it's just a drug. It's not an applicator.
Guys, we talked about stealing from our
Well,
hated
that's
regiment, right?
what
We go
Roach
to the
just
other
said.
regiment, we pour
Okay,
the
what are the man traps exactly?
The man traps are
Man trap.
You know a bear trap? It's
Yeah.
like man sized.
What about man traps?
Yeah.
Traps? We can set
Think man
traps.
sized. Yeah.
So big bear traps.
Are we going to be fighting something
And
that's
they
man
have
size?
to. Individual must pass a difficult
Heretics.
strength test to free themselves from the clutches of the trap.
Do you guys seriously think we're going to be fighting something that's the size of a man?
Chaos, orc, heretic.
Those aren't the size of men. Those are beyond men.
PCTDs.
True.
A marine is like 3 meters tall.
What did you say, Snowfox?
Is a Calexian's infantryman's PCTD.
Ben just asked about that. Did you find what that was, Ben?
No, I got distracted.
Could somebody look up what that is?
What about a las cutter? I can see that getting used.
Yeah, it's essentially
Ideal
just a
for-
plasma cutter. Just using plasma.
Calexian infantryman's portable communications transcription device.
I'm assuming that's a pen.
It's a typewriter?
No, I'm assuming it's just a pen. Knowing these
Typically
guys,
a grip cylinder with a reservoir or standing liquid. The device has been
it's a pen.
It's a fucking typewriter.
No, it's a pen. It's not even a typewriter. It's literally just a pen. It's a cylindrical
stab
object
someone with it.
with ink inside of it. You guys want a pen? Get a pen.
Hells yes! Let's get a pen, guys.
Hey, are any of us literate?
I probably
can we
will be,
write?
because I'll have intelligence as a medic.
Can we get the last cutter? It's average.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would be
no.
if we picked. No, surely if we picked.
That's
armor,
8 points.
that'd be-
Yeah, it's 8 points.
You can't afford that.
Like I said, you have the option of one plentiful, one ubiquitous, or
Ambiguous.
2 abundant, or 4 ubiquitous.
I'm just saying we just get 2 extra glow globes, guys.
The glow globes are different than the lamp packs. They're like lanterns.
Gold globes are like lanterns, or
Yeah,
or
well,
We could get some
the-
data slates.
they're like globes
those
that
could be two.
they're like balls that glow, right? A glow globe.
Kind of like I guess they're essentially they're a lamp.
Okay.
Data
Yeah.
pads could be really useful.
Data slates.
Yeah.
Those could be. They're essentially just a really shitty iPad, but yeah.
We could get accordion wire possibly, and so I don't know what we'd do with that.
It's barbed wire.
Choke some people out. Yeah.
Is a toolkit on here anywhere? I know we have one, but I think I'd like to have another one.
I don't see it on here.
Oh, by the way, from what I was reading,
Ooh, how about a melee attachment?
Oh, what? So there's bayonets.
He said there was no weapons.
We could get
No,
monocles.
I
Oh, but
didn't
this
say,
is this is a weapon upgrade.
yeah. I didn't say you couldn't take those
Where are those? What page? Are you on?
after everything else that you're on right now.
I'm on page 188.
Oh, that's before me.
Yeah, that's
Silencer.
Are we going silent anywhere?
Oh damn it! I was looking at this, reading about this multi compass, but then I found out it's near unique. So
do we
Which would be
need
unique.
multiple
Yeah.
bayonets?
yeah.
We already have. Do we take 2 bayonets? We need 3 knives on us.
Well, no. The thing is, like, the way it works is that melee upgrade, although it would be a bayonet, it would be specially made and attached to the rifle instead of being like a universal.
We could take a melee attachment and a silencer.
Yep, you could.
I mean, I think that's an easy pick right there because we don't have to use either of them, but we can use both of them depending on the situation.
And if we're creative enough, we could use them for other things.
Well, you can't really put a melee attachment on and a silencer.
Well, that's what I'm
so we
saying.
only
Is
get-
it would give us more variety of situations we could work with.
Oh well.
I mean, I feel like
a silencer actually wouldn't work because it doesn't fit on a las gun.
That's true.
oh, it doesn't. You can't silence a laser. Come on.
Yeah, can't really.
But melee attachments could be good, especially if it ends up that we're in dense forest. We could also use
We could get bullets, guys.
that would be very helpful
Just have a
to
box of bullets hanging out.
be able to clear
For the
through.
guns we don't know how to use.
How do I do this? What is this?
Tripod and bipod could be good as well. But
I mean, you said no weapons, so we can't
Weapon
even take like a
upgrades.
hunting bow
We
or
can
with us or
get-
something.
Just lugging around some bows and arrows at the same time.
Well, what about like the like a truncheon, just a fucking club?
hand me my nightstick. I will charge their machine gun.
The staff. Hey, what about staff?
Would we be able to get a telescopic sight? That's average.
Where is that?
That's one average.
Is average 8?
That's like 8
Okay.
points. Yeah.
Well, you guys work this out. I have to go and use the bathroom. So if I'm going to say this, since this is about halfway point, anyways, have a break. We'll have a break to refresh any food or water we have, and use the bathroom for like 5 minutes.
See,
All
we
right?
should have taken those extra 2 weeks of rations, guy.
You can go back if you want to. It's up to you. Think about that while we're on break.
What if we took a melee attachment and 1 set of rations?
So we have
Half
5
of the 2
weeks.
weeks of rations, 1 week of rations.
We have 5 weeks of rations and a melee attachment. So
Is
we
the
can-
How-
glow thing a ubiquitous thing?
It's a
No,
plentiful.
God damn it!
I've not seen a single ubiquitous thing. It's so common that you literally it's like it's a rock. A rock's ubiquitous.
Plentiful is
that's
2 points, or is that 3 points?
That's 3.
Two.
Is it 2? Oh, I'm so far away from that point that page now that I don't know what.
It's but a distant memory.
It is a distant memory.
What
now.
page was the original list on the equipment stuff? 67.
Yeah, something like that. We could
Oh, here it
always
is.
just take.
We could take. Okay, there are 2-point things on this
Wait,
list.
what's a
We
truncheon?
could take a melee. It's a club.
Oh,
It's a rough club. I think like what an ogre would use.
No,
Could
no,
we
it's
try-
what the British police force.
Could we get a
still
shovel?
use.
oh no, you use a blackjack, right? The midge.
Oh yeah, they do now, but it's the wooden sort of pole that you see the hello, bobbies.
Well, no, that's just called a nightstick.
Wait.
Right?
What about this? What if we took a melee attachment and an extra uniform?
Okay.
I was also thinking, what about a shovel? I mean, I don't know where that is,
that on here?
but I'm pretty damn sure there's shovels in this world, and I'm pretty sure that we could get them as a common item, like a plentiful item.
To be honest,
Well, I would imagine that'd be part of your like basic.
I actually
It's
like
not,
the
though.
idea of an
It
extra
wouldn't- it
uniform.
wouldn't-
Basic tool.
Hey, if it states sleeping equipment, I'm pretty sure it would sleep something
Well,
like
it says
e-tool.
basic tools. What is in the kit of basic
Is it-
tools?
do we have an
know?
e-tool?
We probably get a trowel.
I don't
I
care.
was thinking like a
I don't
screwdriver or
care. I don't
something.
care. We're taking a uniform and a melee attachment.
Yeah, I think that's wise because otherwise we're only wearing one set of clothes all the time.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I mean,
normal.
I
That's
like
the
that.
army though. Like you always have one. My brother had the same uniform he wore for like 9 months. Okay.
And how do you feel about it?
The part he hated was his socks.
I'm
He said
back.
His socks get nasty after.
We figured it out.
Okay, what'd you guys figure out?
An extra uniform and a melee attachment.
Right?
All right, real fast though, Roach. I gotta ask you. In our basic tools, does that include an e-tool?
An e-tool?
Entrenchment tool, yes. Okay. There we go. There goes my question
This
because
is
I was
tough.
thinking an
You
e-tool.
not complain about your damn shovel.
Well,
You
I was
have a
thinking
shovel,
We might need
goddammit.
we might need to do some shoveling. You know, you never
I'm
know.
pretty sure the tank would come with one as well, though.
No, it
Well-
probably doesn't. I don't think it has a shovel in it.
Well, it doesn't matter. We have a shovel. We can move on from the shovel debate.
All right.
Okay,
we
so
finished,
you
so-
so
God,
are you,
goddamn shovel.
so you're done then. So all the choices
We're
you made.
done.
Okay, well no, you're not. But okay, so the choices you made are go one by one, make sure we
Oh,
all
God.
have them. So I'm talking about the ones
Chrono.
you bought.
Okay, so we have a chrono, micro
Chrono.
B, but that already comes. Filtration plugs,
Huh.
smoke grenade, bayonet, and an extra uniform, right?
And the Presence goggles.
Yeah, and the price. Yeah, price sense.
And a good
Goggles.
M36.
And a good.
Yeah.
And the good
I'm
one.
ready
Good.
gun. Yeah.
Now,
All
I'm just
right.
going to point out your melee attachment is attached. You never
Yeah.
stipulated that, so I'm going to make sure it's already attached and installed on your guns. So,
Okay.
Is it detachable?
well,
Because
maybe you should read
bayonets
the
come
fine
off.
Do we
Let's see.
care if it is?
F.
print. Well, I mean, you come
Not
with the
really.
knife,
What-
so I mean, it's not like you're missing out on it.
Well,
but,
I would
just want
a
two
bayonet
knives.
is a lot easier to get real fast because it's
Well, melee attachment says bayonet, chain blades, other long-bladed combat attachments can be
Ooh,
fitted to most
chain
range
blade.
weapons, making them useful in assaults. A weapon with a melee attachment counts as a spear in close combat.
I'm
Any basic
thinking,
ranged weapon can have melee attachments, bayonet, chain blades, and other long-bladed combat
guys, did we
attachments.
go
So we can put.
bayonet or chain blade though? That's
So you go chain blade.
I'm gonna make a GM decision here.
What?
Bayonet.
No, I'm gonna say is that the way this works is that this melee attachment is actually just a bayonet lug that's installed on the gun, so that you can attach your knife. So your knife.
Oh,
is what
okay.
you're using.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
it's the thing to put. Yeah, okay.
our knife.
Did you
Yeah.
just refund us 2 points?
No, I didn't.
Good.
Now is it? Now I'm assuming we're going with like second or third generation bayonets, and not just the kind where you stick the knife in the
No,
end
it's
of the
plug
barrel and
bayonet. You
stab
gotta put it down
someone.
the barrel. No, it's
God
it's
damn
a
it.
fucking, it's a lug. God damn it.
What is this,
Good.
Empire Total
Okay,
War
okay, we're
now?
set.
All right. So with this,
We're set.
Do all of us take our little short break here and then come back
Yeah.
and get
Get some food.
get working on
Get a
characters?
drink.
Yeah.
Well, we still have to finish up some things about the regiment, but yeah.
I'm gonna take the dog out real quick too.
Yep.
All right.
I was only gone for like 2 seconds to grab a new cart.
Yeah, see, there was people. I was here alone for like a minute and a half before Midgman decided to come back.
Yeah, I made lunch.
You missed me serenading Roach with a guitar.
Call that
Then me
serenading.
Bringing out my guitar.
I
that what I'm
I
worth
am
to you?
only 10% wooed.
It's not impressing me, buddy.
While I eat
Okay.
questionable cheese, that is the string cheese, which I
Shit, man.
don't know where they come from.
I mean, you know those crackers that like grandparents always have, like the little like grilled cheese, like
Yeah.
Like, no, not graham crackers. The cheese sandwich kind of in between them, between the two crackers, really crunchy. Everything. I fucking have. I don't know why, but I have a pack of like 20 of those inside of our cupboards. I just said, fuck it, why not? I
got 3-day-old poppadoms
It's the least
Indian
embarrassing
takeout.
thing I can eat right now because I realize I'm on camera, so I can't eat many of the things I usually eat. So,
Like what?
yeah.
What do you normally eat? Then?
Well, I mean, right now I've got a
Well,
really good lasagna that I have finished. It's just in the fridge, kind of waiting to be reheated. I also have a meatball sub that I made a couple of days ago that I kind of need to finish. But I realize that's probably going to become a GIF if I put that anywhere near a camera and me eating it. So
You are not wrong.
I pick a weird question of getting string cheese to eat since it's a. I don't know, string cheese is weird at
So
times.
why's Ben moving like a slideshow? Is that for anyone else?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's how he is. That's what he is.
He's gone
What?
slideshow. on
Can you
us.
hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you
guys,
fine, but you look like you're
The
in
camera quality went to shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it went bad.
I'm about to say it's on my end. It's perfectly fine.
Well, we gotta
Well,
say, Ben, you look like crap.
You're at 1 frame per second right now, and it's not even per second. It's like per every 2 seconds.
We are watching a really fast PowerPoint of your face.
And there's the laugh. That took a while to get there.
There's an eyebrow.
Is there a torrent moving on in the background, or any downloads or uploads going on?
Well, that was
You
a
might
problem
wanna check
before.
Steam because
make sure Steam's not downloading anything.
Yeah, sometimes it starts randomly.
Yeah,
doing that.
anytime an update comes up and it starts installing your update.
See, Steam.
I just clicked my neck. Okay.
I'm debating if I should just go and make a bowl cereal. I don't know. I might wait until afterwards.
Well, too late now. You're already gone.
Yeah.
You already
Oh,
left
man.
and came back. Now you're here. Now you're here for another 2.5 hours.
Damn it.
Bob's got pizza by the looks of it.
Grilled cheese.
Oh, is it?
There's a little bit of pickle in it.
So much. I'm eating a grill. These crackers are grilled cheese flavored. It's like you're eating a real. It's like I'm eating tofu and you're eating a steak in front of me. I have no choice.
All right, so shall we continue on?
Yeah, just in time for your camera to come back to normal quality.
No,
Oh,
Ben.
nice.
Should we continue on?
Should we?
I
Should
feel like
we just
should.
abandon the whole thing?
Please don't.
This is a bad idea, guys. We messed up. This we shouldn't be
All
doing
right. Well, here we go to the next bit. We have finished everything that has a mechanic associated with it for the regiment creation. Except you still. But here's the thing, though.
We need
Now-
a name.
We still need our vehicle.
Oh yeah, no. Let's go with that first before we go to anything else. What are the general things you want for your vehicles? There are a lot of options.
this. Working.
Well,
That it runs.
does
Some
it have
sort
an
of
engine in it?
cam net.
Engines are
There's
optional.
gas in the tank.
Can
Engines
we
are
have some
optional.
sort of cam net to hide it?
Because there's a shovel on it, so Snow Fox won't fucking go on about a shovel.
I'm trying to be like I'm thinking literally like of every possible situation, and I was thinking,
Where's
man,
my goddamn shovel, Snow Fox?
I was thinking, what if we need to do like we need to entrench real fast? I mean, we need some fucking e-tools.
I still think we need like some sort of like way to hide the bloody thing.
So in this scenario, the Tyranids are storming over the hills, and you're like, dude, we gotta dig a
Quick,
trench
dig
right
a
now.
Trench.
No, you know,
That
be like,
way they don't have to bury us.
I'll use the e-tool. To kill
Everybody dig their own grave.
Here are the options available. Okay. The Chimera can be outfitted with the following turret-mounted weapons. One of these, either a multi-laser, a heavy bolter, a heavy flamer, or an autocannon.
A heavy flamer, guys.
Autocannon.
I'm gonna go with the standard the laser Gatling gun,
Multi-laser.
Bob.
the multi-laser.
I'm just going to point out something. Okay, the way this works is that there's a value associated that you don't know of yet, because I'm assuming most of you didn't actually read combat rules yet, because you're you. So
Mhm.
so there's a stat called penetration that's associated with weapons that negates. Yeah, that negates armor. The multi-laser has a penetration negates 2 levels of armor. The autocannon has penetration level 6.
This is why I said
So
autocannon.
the autocannon has some sort of APCR shell of
It's
some
Yeah,
sort.
it's a 30. It's like a Bofors. It's like a 30 mil Bofors cannon.
It's,
Every single time you bring up Bofors, it
isn't
gets
it like
bigger.
2 twin linked?
I believe you
No,
should
it's
By
just
the
like
end of this, it's gonna be a 200 millimeter
like-
You did
Bofors.
say 20 millimeter at the start.
No, it's the autocannon is.
Aren't the Bofors 40 anyway?
I don't remember. It's like you ever see like a Bradley fighting vehicle firing a gun?
It fires explosive rounds at a slow rate. Yeah.
It's steady. It's automatic but steady, not fast though. But yeah, essentially that's what that is. It's a single barrel.
And what's the armor penetration on the flamer?
None.
4.
Oh.
Really?
Well, it's
it
essentially-
melts the armor.
It melts shit.
It's a heavy flamer.
It heats the armor
Now-
up so much that it starts sticking to the face.
I think a
just-
flamer it really because that's like super anti-infantry. If we ever need to if we're getting rushed by something and we need
Yeah,
to.
but what if we need anti-tank?
We have grenades.
I'm really a bigger fan of sticking something heavier on there, like on the autocannon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
I'm
I
also
said-
gonna.
Alright.
I'm also
Like
gonna give you the
light-
general
light vehicle.
stats.
I mean, like anti-infantry, like we
Is
are.
there-
the
Is
infantry.
there a page where all this is listed that we can see it?
217.
Considering we're meant to be the anti-infantry part of the mechanized,
We're not anti-infantry though. We can kill infantry, but not as well as a fucking giant flamethrower.
yeah, but we're also very useless if, like, say, a chaos.
Is there a turret
rhino
and a
appears.
hull-mounted
we're
weapon,
going
or
through these
one or
by
the
one.
other?
We're going through these one by
Okay.
I would do the autocannon for the main gun.
I agree with Bob.
Autocannon sounds cool. And there went Roach, I think.
Yeah, to Discord again.
Yeah.
He's just frozen.
Ooh.
Look at his face. Look at his face.
frozen.
Nope, he's moving.
he is
Moving.
actually moving.
It's very, very still.
He just.
There's a T-Rex.
It's like
You
when
looked
you're
at
being
his
hunted
face,
by a
you can see his
T-Rex.
face, it had the face of, did this really just happen again? And it was definitely what that was.
There. Yeah, there. That was him. That was him
Oh, here we
pooping
go.
out.
Whoop.
Hull mounted. So there's 2 options of the hull mounted. One of them is the heavy flamer, and the other one's the heavy bolter.
Heavy
Okay.
bolt.
I would put the autocannon on top, and then the flamer in the hull. That's what I would do.
Yeah, so we have a flamer. I want a flamethrower. I mean,
You just
fire.
want to torch shit,
Why,
don't you?
why not 2 flamers? Maybe there's a lot of infantry.
You know,
Is someone
I just
gonna hold
wanna-
up the go to Discord sign?
I feel like if we're in that situation, we might be a little fucked anyway.
We're just waiting on Roach to get back in here now.
We could do a couple of heavy bolters.
Yeah, I like heavy bolters. It's good. Yeah, let's all do it.
Pen 5.
Oh wait, I didn't write it backwards. Bob Jordan.
Because figure. Oh God.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go to Discord.
Oh, good.
Get in
Wait,
Discord.
my Discord doesn't even say you're in here.
I am in Discord. Well, I mean, I'm not. It's not connecting.
He's speaking
Oh.
through the.
Yeah,
Oh,
thing.
okay. All right, so we were talking about it, and we decided to go
How
2
about we just do
flamers.
this? Just mute Discord or whatever, and we'll just stay on this for right now until it reconnects. Because right now I can't. It's not connecting for me. It's stuck in the connection screen.
and there went Bob.
Oh God.
Yeah, let's-
Do you hear me right now, Roach?
Everyone's.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me inside
Okay.
of?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just check in.
Yeah, let's just use
All right.
this for right now.
Okay, we'll use this.
Oh.
We'll use this and just forget about
Don't
Discord
do that
for right
while
now.
being in Discord still, Bob. Vince, so we don't get
Okay.
the double voice.
There it is again.
Yeah.
All right, we should. I should be good. I should be good.
He just called you Bob. Did you hear that? You gonna stand for that?
No, I said.
All right.
No, I called.
Now, just
whatever.
remember, this is not push to talk. This is an open mic. So
Yeah.
let's try and
I
keep it a
was
little
always
bit.
an open mic.
Well, yeah, but you're British, so it's very, it's you're
I always just use open mic.
you're very.
How do you
courteous.
explain me?
I use
I-
open mic all the time, but the
I
thing
don't know.
is that Ben has that required for push to talk on the recording studio.
So I think the best
Really?
compromised vehicle
Yeah, it is required.
would be the autocannon on the turret with the heavy flamer.
the
in the hull.
flamer.
In the
So
the
yeah,
hull.
what are we doing gun-wise?
We have some really good punching power then with the autocannon if we really need to, like mess something up.
Can you
And
hear
then-
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear
I
us?
accidentally muted Ben and Bob, I think.
Oh,
So do you hear us,
No, we're
Mitch?
Huh?
You hear us?
do you,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
hear
yeah.
us then? Okay.
I think everybody can hear
Yeah.
everybody now.
All right. Good. All right. So what? You're going autocannon,
Autocannon?
on the turret.
Yes.
And then the heavy flamer in the hull.
Okay.
So that way we get the compromise. We get the if we need have the flamer for any time we're getting like rushed by a lot of people and we need something to just bring out mass area
and then we
effect
also-
damage, and then the
We also have a smaller gun on top of the big gun.
Yeah, you have a
Okay.
pintle mounted. Discord just signed back in. That's fucking great. I don't.
Just stay here. Just
I
stay
guess maybe
here.
the servers. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's stay here. Yeah, the pintle mounted is kind of like it's the commander's hatch.
so you want it like a
That's
machine gun or I mean
I go with the-
bolter or something.
So you have the
I'd go with
storm.
the bolter.
Yeah, you have the storm bolter or the stubber.
Oh, I know.
So the
Storm
bolter-
all time.
what kind of bolter are we talking about? We're talking about like something that's like
A storm bolter is two bolters welded together.
And
Okay.
they absolutely rip shit up.
Yeah, the
when
only
I
problem
think
is
of bolter, I'm thinking of like bolt action. So
No,
I'm
no,
pretty sure it's
bolt-
not that. What,
oh
bolter
yeah, no,
is
you don't
like
know what that
machine
is.
pistol.
Okay,
no, I don't know what a bolter is. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
A
it's like
bolt-
two machine pistols with ridiculous rates of fire together.
Okay.
well, no,
It's like-
the way a bolter works is that instead of firing a bullet that's propelled by the powder in the casing, the powder in the casing is just enough to push the slug out of the barrel, and then a rocket motor that's on the slug fires, and that's what hits you.
Welcome
And
to
as soon as it penetrates a target, it explodes.
This is why
Okay.
I want a storm bolter on my character.
Just to put that in kind of a little bit more perspective, a bolter is a standard weapon of the Space Marines.
And we are
Yeah,
their
okay.
lackeys.
Okay, so what's
but
going on?
We're the Space Marine cannon fodder.
Yeah.
So the pintle is going to be the storm bolter.
You see, when you're playing that Space
Keep in
Marine
mind-
40K action game, we're the little dudes that are getting killed around the badass.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly what this is.
Yeah, keep in mind the ammunition available, because the one thing about the multi-laser and the other like energy weapons is that
Rechargeable.
Universal ammo.
their battery pack is essentially tied into the vehicle engine, so it's recharged automatically. Now it does take there are spare recharge packs that are in the vehicle that can recharge, that you can just immediately
Well,
slot
I'm
in.
kind of assuming that if we're going to be using the weapons on the Chimera, that it's
This is the
probably
Regiment,
going to
right?
be-
So it's going to be like
just-
really stocked.
I don't necessarily foresee situations where the actual vehicle is going to be so far away from supply situations that ammunition is going to be terribly difficult to come by. I'm really more interested in the supply situation when it comes to us, which is why
Yeah.
we went lasers, because we might
Yeah.
be really far away from the thing with the big guns a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So, we're going. Make a note of this. We're going autocannon for the turret, a hull-mounted heavy flamer, and a pintle-mounted storm bolter.
Dibs
Real
on
quick.
not using the storm bolter.
Where would
Ah.
the gas be
No, not using it.
I'll use the storm bolter.
inside the tank, or will it be on the outside of the tank, the fuel tanks for the flamer?
For the flamer, it'll be hull-mounted, so it's like inside of like the radio man's compartment.
Yeah, well, but where will the
Radio
tanks,
man.
be, the fuel tanks for this be at? I just want to. I was
In the
really
radio
hoping to
man's-
close. Okay.
In the radio man's compartment.
I was
Well,
hoping-
like any tank, the explosive liquids are kept on the outside, so if anybody shoots you, you'll blow up.
that's what I was saying. I was like, if this gets mounted on the outside, I feel really bad for us now.
All right.
Well,
so,
we're not going to be in this thing all the time. We're just going to ride it to a certain
But
point,
if it
then
gets
dismount.
Entire
Destroy-
game takes place from the compartment passenger hatch of the Chimera. The entire game.
No,
Okay, here's
We're just gonna be looking through vision slits as everything goes by.
This is when we go
All right,
back
we're
to
going-
the artillery unit, and we're just way like hundreds of miles away, just like okay, artillery.
We're going
way
back
out there.
to
Let's do it.
page 70 in the core rulebook, and we are going to start on the finishing touches of the regiment itself. Then we'll move on to the characters. We'll actually get to the characters, guys. It's great. It's fucking great.
All right, what are we doing?
Well, we need to know.
The regiment.
We need to know where your regiment's from. What's the planet name?
Hell.
Magnosia.
Well, it's an imperial world.
We're from Reich.
Optimus Maximus.
Yeah.
Cadia.
Well,
because
first
it's
think of your theme.
Something
Think of
German.
your
Are we going
military
Germany
theme.
themed, guys? Is that
Well, I
going to be
mean,
something?
what I think of the Imperium, I think of the German part of the Imperium, which is
Yeah, 'cause it's got
pretty
common.
prominent.
Well,
Is
the
that just
entire
Death Corps
the
for
entire
Eve or something?
40K thing
Death-
is
Death
like
Creek
is
Corps,
is
yeah.
like if you took the Roman Empire and just pushed it 40,000 years into the future.
Well,
So everything's
I
got
think
a
it's
like
more
Roman
like
theme
making
to
it the Nazi regime, but in an imperial format.
I don't get Nazis from
Well,
it.
You're
There's
really
all the different. It depends on the home planet because there's a very British, like Victorian era
Yeah.
style set of regiments.
Well, I'm still
There's
thinking like
very
when I think
Nazi
of the
Praetorian.
Empire.
Yeah, there's Romany. There's
Yeah. But so when I think of the Empire, I think of the German part of it because that's like kind of like iconic,
So what is your
especially in
What
the
is your guys'
fantasy version
favorite
as well.
culture? What's your
Germania inferior?
Cadia.
So wait, are you just going to
Maybe.
go for like an actual already made planet?
I have art for it.
Well, I mean, it's
Okay.
standardized equipment. The Cadian equipment's the standard stuff. It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's up to you. You don't have to use an already canonical planet. You can make your own planet. You can. Is usually what we do is we just figure out what culture you kind of want to base everything off of, and then from there it's easy to kind of figure out a name.
Planet Bob.
Yeah, the Bob culture.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Bobtopia?
Okay, so
Beningrad.
one second.
Topolis, come on.
We can make something interesting here. We grab a few letters from all of our usernames and make a planet out of that.
Okay, we got the B from Boonstver, the B from Bob, the B from Benjamin.
Well, we can't use the B. Like we can use like one B. We could use
The
the
mission.
second one for you. So that would be
It's like
easy.
an
an S
sounds
from
like-
me and a C from Roach. So we got.
It sounds like
a-
some sort of autoimmune disease.
We'll have the BMSC. But
What is the most predominant culture you have played in your games, Bob and Ben?
German.
In which games?
Any games
Anything?
you've played.
German.
There we go.
Okay,
We're German
sure.
culture.
All right. So, do you want to base it off of Germany, or do you want to base it off of something else, like Scandinavian, or what?
Holy Roman Empire. It covers most of Europe.
The Bavarian regiment.
Call ourselves the Freikorps then.
you know,
What was wait? What was the name of the like the conscript German militia?
When?
Started with an L.
Lost the war, you get to serve Corps?
It's a unit in Civ 5.
That wasn't a conscript. You're thinking like Landsknechten.
Landsketchen, the mercenary company thing.
Yeah, but they weren't conscripts. That's
Oh, is
something else entirely.
Yeah, they were mercenaries, weren't they?
They were like a really elite mercenary. Like
Yeah.
when I think of Germans, I just
Oh, that's
I
not
think
us.
of stormtroopers. I always think
elite
of
mercenaries.
stormtroopers.
You
now,
must be
but-
thinking of somebody else.
The Hessians?
Red-
Is that too
Red
elite?
Well,
Hessians
Hessians are already too elite because that's like that's from that's you already know what I'm going to say, but
Right,
those
is
are
it
like
Hessian
really.
Guard
They
already
got
something
slaughtered by
highly-
the Americans.
Well-
That's something.
Well, they weren't exactly. At one point, we did well against the Hessians because we caught them by surprise. But other than that, Hessians were very.
Yeah, we
about-
stuck up on them when they were sleeping on Christmas.
How about the world name Ververt?
Gesundheit.
Well,
yeah?
it means something. It means something. It means something.
Warworld?
And I think it matters quite a. I think it fits very well with what I'm seeing right now.
What does it mean?
Okay.
Confused.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it's
No, that's Drussian. Confused for the win.
How'd you spell it?
it's VERWIRRT.
VERW.
Verwit?
Fervert.
Verwit.
Fervert.
Oh, okay.
I'm not expecting you to put on a German accent because essentially everyone is.
B is an F.
Yeah, I'm not expecting.
Verwit.
I'm not expecting you to. It's VERWIRRT. I'm not expecting you guys to put on a German accent when you play your characters.
Verwort.
Because I mean, it's 40k. Everybody has a Cockney accent, anyways.
So I am most equipped for this.
Yes,
Governor.
yes, you are.
Tea and crumpets.
All right,
No, that's not Cockney.
all right.
All right.
Oh God!
That's how
really?
cultured I am.
That's just,
I just looked up what verwit means, and
Yeah, I said it means confused.
oh, I was just saying it was like, what does this mean? Oh, confused. Yep, that's us right now.
I think he's
That is
proving that
definitely
right
us.
now. There's no fucks.
All right, so now there's also some stuff about the backstory after we do where the regiment is from. So Ververt, the planet, the imperial world of Ververt. So,
Oh yeah, what's our regiment's name? That's right.
well, why? You'll know that you've been called up by the Segmentum Command has called you up to serve.
Oh
That
no,
is
not
what you
Rob
know.
Strader.
That's what you know. You were called up to serve on a certain mission, and you were all loaded up into ships and being trained as you
Warped
went.
away.
That's it.
Yep.
Pretty standard stuff. What does the Imperium believe? I mean, what does the regiment believe? Do you have any special beliefs or anything for like unique to your world?
We fucking hate that other regiment. We know that.
We know those guys are assholes, whoever they are.
well, that could work quite well in with German.
The other
because,
guys, yeah, fuck them.
It's like for a long time with like the HRE and everything, there was a lot of infighting, and we've all got all the each like area of our world
Those
has its own
Bohemian
county. that all-
dudes, yeah. Fuck
So,
those
like-
Bohemians.
Yeah. But it's like Bavaria demanded separate laws for a long time than the
Yeah.
rest of them, and you got the Prussian states, and we have all the Saxon states, and like we could do it like that. So that's how our hatred comes in.
That sounds like Inquisition on our ass or Exterminatus if they really want to, escalate that.
Well, you could just say that there's a fractured society.
Yeah.
Like they come from maybe another continent and they have a very different kind of culture, or maybe a slightly different culture that's perceived as very different to you.
We believe
It's 99% the same, but we'll fight to the death over that
every other
1%.
Yeah.
Tuesday is ice cream and
They
bowling.
no. They drink snow coffee. I don't know if you know where that reference is from.
I do. I know that's from. That's a great propaganda video. It was kind of a big one, though, wasn't it?
I don't know if it was or not, but I love the quotes from that propaganda video.
They must
Oh,
eat.
it's North Korean, isn't
must
it?
eat the
They
birds.
only eat birds on Wednesdays and drink snow coffee.
Drink their cups of snow.
So are you like
What do we
Sorry.
believe in? So what do we believe in, guys? Do we believe in? I mean, we believe in
Intolerance
the
of
emperor,
everyone.
right? We're really
Well, I
indoctrinated.
feel
aren't we?
like if we're coming from a confused world of Germans, that maybe there's like fractured society, and each separate section of society could be like a different German sub-state, like Bavaria and Saxony and Prussia. And as I don't know, maybe we're the Prussians and we think we're better than everybody else, and that's why we hate the regiment that serves next to us because they're from
Well,
Bavaria.
no, maybe we should be the Bavarians, and we hate the other ones because they're the much better Prussians.
That I like that.
So
I like that one.
where would just the worst conscripts come from
Not
in Germany?
conscripts, we are like enlisted men. We didn't take.
Yeah, okay. So where would just the lowest quality
So,
people come
wait,
from?
in EU4, in the HRE, which state always dies first?
We're Ulm. We could be Ulm, guys.
Olmian.
Always gets eaten by Austria.
I
Yeah.
feel like Salzburg eats it pretty quickly.
Salzburg.
Well, you could go with
Salzburg?
Sal.
well, yeah, but Ulm could be converted into a future sounding name. It could be from the
Ooh.
city of Ulm.
Holstein. Why don't we be them?
Omium.
Schleswig.
Oh, Schlossquist? What?
You're from
What was
the
it about
capital city of Schleswig. Schleswig.
Someone write this.
What's given stuff that we can pronounce here? That's why I'm thinking Ulm is a good one because it's really simple and we can make it future sounding. Like you said, Ulmian. That's like easy to. That's
from the city of from the province or continent of Ulmium.
We'll go with province.
Province of Ulmium.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're from
So
there.
we're from Ulm.
No, you believe
we all
you're
went to
better.
the same school together.
We believe that they're better and we're just not happy.
Yeah, we're mad at them. We're like those son of a bitches.
We believe if we were just given a chance, we could prove that we're better.
Yeah.
The
There we
people
go.
from
Okay.
Australia.
But like the Prussian and the Bavarian and the Saxon regiments are always just like,
No,
oh
you
god,
got to make it future.
Don't let
man,
fucking
because
Ulm take
is
care of
right next
this.
to Austria. They could be the Austerians. Those better Austerians.
Yeah.
we're never given the place of honor on the right flank. They always put us in the middle where we're sandwiched between other people to take care of
We're always
any
in like that
problems.
second row, so we can't quite see the battle ahead, but we're still gonna die.
Guys, I can't see. Guys,
Hey, can you
All
give
right.
me a boost into the
We're just really mad because we're like we could be those guys, but we're not. So damn them.
So okay, that's the that's enough belief. We can get that. That'll
Yeah.
give you a little context. In what state is the regiment? You're fresh. You literally been called up to fight. There's nothing
Just
else.
finished drill training, like basic training, and now get
Green.
sent straight in.
Very green. You've gotten a couple of months of training on your transport to where you're going. So the next thing is, what's the name of the regiment? Now, obviously, most regiments have a pretty simple naming tradition. They have a number associated with them. It's like the Cadian 400, etc. But you would be
101st.
the Vivernian.
I feel like the number should be very high because we're clearly not near the
101st
top,
because
like
it's on my
404.
character that I've
404
drawn.
sounds like a pretty low number, actually, for Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just as
okay,
context,
uh,
the Corps of Krieg have foundings up in the 990s.
Okay, how about like Ulm's 967th?
We're the
Ulms. So we're in the
Ulmians.
subsection of our own county.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
We're at the
founding just
bottom
means,
of
just
Ulm.
means what number, like how many regiments have been raised by this world. Doesn't mean like ranking.
Yes, and we're scraping the barrel, so they raised like 960 regiments.
Is
Then
it
got
from
to
a world
us.
or a province thing? If it's from a world, we'd be the Verwitz.
Yeah.
Well, like
1000
if we're going by if this is going to be what the regiment's called, there would the divisions would probably be named like after the planet. We would be named after the province. We'd
Well,
feel
no,
like
the
the
regiment.
only-
The regiment is the largest. The regiment is the largest formation of Imperial Guardsmen that exists.
So we're the big.
okay.
So yeah, no, our,
So
our
yeah.
battalions would be named after our area, not the division.
Well,
It goes.
Let's be let's be optimistic. We'll be the Verwit 312.
312.
Isn't it squad, platoon, company, regiment? Isn't that how it goes on this one?
Yeah, it goes regiment, company, platoon, squad, then fire team.
Yeah.
That's the organization of that. So yeah, so let's go.
Fire Team Magnus.
The Ververdian 312th.
312th. Okay.
Yep, and you don't have a nickname or anything because you haven't existed long enough to have one.
Oh, that'd a great one.
I mean, we could have a
312th.
we haven't had time to shame ourselves in battle
Yeah.
yet.
And who is the regiment's commander? We've already kind of established this that it's going to be Colonel.
Yeah,
that's going to be commanding
Colonel
things.
Robert El Contador Strader.
Yeah.
That's who we got down.
Rob
Okay.
Strader, okay.
So that is the regiment. We have made the 312th Ververdian Mechanized Infantry. With everything finished, that's what that is. Now we're making your characters.
Woo!
Oh,
So now you need your characters.
Huzzah!
It took a lot
I see
longer.
why you picked
Okay,
it
now
an
we're starting from
entire
scratch.
day for us to do just this because I didn't realize how complicated it was making a regiment was.
Yep,
Well, not
I was
complicated, but
assuming
how
you guys
long
would.
it was to make a regiment.
Yeah. Well, that's
All right, so how do we do the character shit?
get your character sheet up. Everybody, get your character sheets up,
Got it.
etc. Now we are going to. We are scrolling down to page 72.
Fudge. Hold on.
I'm about to say the character sheet has 72 pages.
No, on the core rule book, and that's all we need. The core rule book.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got 72 pages.
Okay.
We got to go through them, and we got to make sure we got the right ones.
What was your character's 7th day of his 3rd grade year? what did he learn?
What was his junior high teacher's name?
Little Adolf went and beat me. I'll remember this day for the rest of my life.
Okay, so we scroll down a little bit more, and we get to page 73. Now, the way this is going to work is you are going to have to roll dice in this program, in Roll20.
Yeah.
We're going to have to do this structured because we need to make sure we don't mix people's rolls up, all right? The way this works is that every one of you is going to roll dice for your characteristics, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see at the top of your character sheet, there are certain characteristics like weapon skill, ballistic skill, etc., etc., etc. All of those have numbers associated with them. And those dictate how good you are at certain things. The way this works is you roll 2d10 and then add 20 onto that. All right? The way that I have people do this is that you roll all the numbers you need to roll. So you're going to roll, 9 times. Then you'll have a pool of numbers, and you can re-roll one of those. After that, that is your pool of numbers, and you slot them in, wherever you want them at.
Okay.
So keep a notepad so you can keep track of everything, and make sure you're not getting your numbers mixed up.
Okay, I just wanted to test this real
All right,
fast.
so how do we roll?
Void, what I just did. I'm just gonna put void. I was just testing to make sure my I had my shortcut correct on that.
Top left, there is a toolbar. The top left.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little.
Why do that when you
roll
can
dice.
type it?
Well,
All right, so we're gonna roll we're gonna go basic rolls D10
plus
we're
20.
going to go.
So D10 plus 20 in it.
We are going to roll. No, hold on.
Ben,
Right,
going to go to
Ben, stop
right
Yeah, Ben.
Ben.
Stop.
Ben,
What?
Ben,
Oh, am I rolling right now?
Yes, it's going in there.
Ben,
We're,
write this into your chat box. /row 2d10 plus 20, and then just
No. Hold on. All right, everybody, stop talking. All right. You go to the menu. There is an advanced rolls function. You can click roll 2 d10s plus 20. Or actually, no, you don't do the plus 20 because that affects things. But roll 2 d10.
So
All right, and you're going to do that 9 times. All right, let's do this in order on my screen. So Bob's going to be the first one.
All right.
You're going to roll 9 times. All right.
isn't it 2d10s plus 20 though?
Yeah, but he's going to apply the 20 afterwards. This is just so we know this
There.
off the bat. All right.
Why can't
So
you-
all right. That way we know exactly.
you got some good rolls.
Yeah, you got some good rolls. Now, write all those down.
I mean, I see 2 18s in there.
I am done. I'm good. I've got the whole written down and everything.
Okay, so you wrote down all those. You
Mhm.
get 1 reroll.
Woo. We're gonna re-roll the 3, I think. Yeah.
So you got a 15. So that replaces the 3. Now you have those numbers. Now you add 20 to all those, and you're going to slot those in wherever you want on your character sheet.
Damn right.
All right? You might be
We're filling in the characteristics
Yes.
here, correct?
so am I going?
all right. So while Bob's doing that, Midge, you can go.
Y'all don't mind if I just already put the plus 20 in there, so it's just faster. Since
So why not?
It's a robust system. You can put a whole command in there if you want.
Set of rolls.
So write those.
That's not too. That's most of those are above average.
You got a 15. You literally got one crit there with a 10.
You got a 17.
Actually,
too.
he got 3 crits in his second set of rolls. He had.
Oh yeah, he did. So that's really good. You just the other dice lacked.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I'm
that
gonna
one. That second die
re-roll
was
the
carrying
5.
the other die.
All right.
Better.
Right, now I'm gonna.
All right. Now you're gonna slot Snow Fox. You roll 9 times.
Okay, 1 second. Whoop. Grabbing a pencil. If I can grab it out of this. There we go. 9 times.
9 times.
Critical failure.
There we go.
Okay.
Roll the 2.
Now you get 1 re-roll after you write all those down. You get 1 re-roll. Or,
I'm gonna do
Oh,
the
two.
one that was, the 1 ones. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That's what happens when you preemptively add 20 Snow Fox.
yeah. So you got so the 22 you're re-rolling then.
Yep, obviously.
Yep.
Okay.
So write all those down and slot those in whenever you got. I'm just gonna wait for you to actually write them down since you. Looks like you're actually looking at those.
And
Let me know when you're done.
Who just had a card
I
drive
did.
fest?
You ready, Snow? Oh,
so
you're done. Snow Fox?
all 30s, but 128. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Ben, roll 9 times.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, I think I did the worst.
Yeah, I think you did. You get 1 re-roll.
So I'm going to
You
re-roll
get to
that
stay in the
6.
Chimera.
Okay, that was a little better.
All right.
I'm a little. I think I'm pretty sure I did the
Yep.
worst.
So write all those down.
Bob did the best.
Yeah, no, Bob did the best.
Bob, please play our sergeant.
And Midge, I think me and you are pretty much comparable.
Well, it depends on what you put.
The
them in
highest I
as
rolled
well,
was
don't forget,
my highest was
because you get to
14.
pick which areas you want to go. So I am hardening mine for my specialty.
Yeah, remember, Ben, you add 20 of those before you actually put them in the characteristic slot,
Mhm.
okay? And there are modifiers
Doing
based
that
on this,
now.
based on, because you have a regiment that modifies things for your skills.
Okay, remember weapon skill is like melee and ballistic skill is your gun. So
Yeah.
just gonna put that
Don't
out there.
forget, guys, we get +3 agility and -3 perception.
But we'll do that
for
after
being
everybody gets
mechanized.
that thing slotted in there. It's like
Is there a page that lists exactly how these characteristics affect your
74.
character? Okay.
Well, you played 40K, right?
Some of these aren't exactly applicable. Like, I don't think intelligence,
you are.
perception, willpower, fellowship really are in there.
Yeah, well, the last 3 are like for your role specific stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm clear. I'm giving my ballistic skill my highest roll.
Do you kind of know what you want to do as a character?
I like ranged combat, so I like to be as far back as possible shooting.
All right, so you'd probably be a weapon specialist. But everybody tell me when you have everything slotted into where you kind of like it. Now I'm not going to lock you into this until after you pick your actual profession, your class, but kind of I want you to still have them
Can
there.
I
So you know.
can I wait to insert these until I pick my class?
Yes,
Like
you
the-
can.
Can I
Yeah,
go ahead and start
can,
doing
but-
my class stuff?
Because I'm trying to still.
I
think
want
about
to
my
roll
options,
everyone
my
through this at
options.
once. Okay. I don't want to split everybody into different steps. That way, nothing gets confused.
It's easy. I'm painfully average, so it's easy for me to pick my highest and
Yeah.
lowest.
Now, keep in mind, toughness as a stat not only determines how tough you are and like resistance to toxins, hazardous environment, and things like that. The way this works is that a lot of these stats, the first number is called that characteristic's bonus. So, like when we are rolling for initiative in combat, it's your agility bonus plus D10. So, if you have a 26, your agility bonus is 2. If you have a 30, it's 3. You get what I'm saying? The first number is the bonus. Toughness, the toughness bonus affects, it's like your natural armor. It'll degrade damage like armor does. Because the way it works is as damage goes through something, it takes the amount of points that it's worth off of that damage roll. So if somebody does 13 damage to you and you're wearing like 4 armor, that goes down to 9 damage. The toughness, like what is your toughness, Ben?
My toughness is
Same as
33.
me.
33. That means you would have a toughness bonus of 3, which means you have a natural armor of 3. That's kind of how it
So,
works.
real
All
quick, Bob, I
Mhm.
bet you have a 40, don't you? You have 1 plus 4 bonus.
He doesn't have a 40.
He's got it, right? He got 2 9s at one time. Oh,
No, it's
no, that would have been 30. Yeah,
And that adds up to what now?
Yeah, never mind. That's right. That would have been 30.
He won't get a
You would have had to
14
gotten
until he
it.
picks
You
his
would have had to
start
gotten
class.
So we
Yeah,
know
because-
what Snowfox put into his intelligence rating.
Okay. I had already done my math. I'm sorry, Wiz. I'm sorry.
All right, just let me know when you're ready to move on.
Well,
I mean, this is not terribly difficult for me considering how average everything
Bob
is.
is ready to move on.
Midman is ready to move on.
I am waiting to put my skill, like I said, my values until I know what I'm playing, so I know what to prioritize.
All right, I'm
People on my
set.
screen
All right.
also now see my character creation, what I've put where. Now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull my.
I did it so it
Now
feels like
we
half
are
the
on
screen, so I can
page-
still see our faces.
Yeah. Now we are on page 75.
$25?
75.
Just double checking. All right.
Tablet went to sleep.
Dib Sergeant.
What? Oh, who?
Now,
You
now
are not
here's
being
how this
Sergeant, you're
works.
banned.
Now, here's how this works. The guardsman specialties are the ones that you can choose willingly. Normally, I would allow 1 sports specialist, but since Sly Fox is not here and we do not have a man, the squad is pretty light in terms of characters, and quite a few support specialists do not get a comrade, which affects a lot of things. So for right now, and I know it kind of sucks because there's a couple cool options in there, support specialists are not allowed. So you can see on that side of the page, those are like classes that you could have chosen. But due to the fact that we are light on men, yeah, it's kind of, I know it sucks, but yeah, there's some things we have to sacrifice. So you guys can choose
So
the guardsman specialties.
So
That's
what-
at the top of the list. So heavy gunner, medic, operator, sergeant, and weapon specialist.
well, I think we know Midgeman's gonna go medic.
Already on my screen.
Is are the other two of you pretty randy about any of these?
I'm just looking at them real fast.
We can double up, don't forget.
Yeah.
And weapon
How about you, Bob?
specialist just means someone who's really good at guns. It doesn't mean
Trying to find the total
Is
list.
there a
Class
list of
don't
them,
weapon
or do I have to
specialists.
just keep scrolling through these? 'Cause there's
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Page 75.
75.
Is
Bob.
there a list though?
What do you mean?
Right, I know where they're located, but I was looking for like a table.
So I'm not allowed to be a ratling?
What do you mean like a table, Bob?
Just like a really short abbreviated list of all of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, here we
Right.
go. Heavy gunner, medic, operator.
Let's say I'm looking
It's
right at
page
it. It's top
75.
of page 75.
It's on the side of page 75.
Right.
That list.
I didn't see that.
top right.
It's just everything's always been in tables, and this was finally not in a table.
Who
So,
trusts me to drive?
Well, I'm
well,
just
you
gonna
wouldn't
point out-
drive. We're not
Why
crew
not?
people. We're transport. So
The Crimea
that's where
has
you
a
guys
crew.
in the transport.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Crimea
so you won't,
has
be,
a
you
crew.
won't have to drive.
the
You won't have
Crimea
to
has a
do
crew.
Well, I'm going to go weapon
All
specialist.
right. That means
Do you
weapon
guys-
specialist is a basic guardsman. He's an average guardsman. That's what it.
So
That's what he is.
real quick, who do
Does
you
it-
trust as a sergeant, me or Bob?
Bob.
Bob.
Sorry, so far.
Bob, do you want to be sergeant? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can be the sergeant.
All right.
Sergeant Bob.
All right, so Bob's sergeant, Midgeman medic. Ben wanted to be is a weapon specialist.
Mhm.
So you
I
could
will
double
be
up,
the
or
heavy
you could
gunner.
go with the different heavy gunner then. All right. Now, if you scroll down to your various different the various different pages past that, you'll see the actual page on the classes themselves.
Yep.
Heavy gunner.
There's the medic one for those ones.
Real quick though, before I do lock in on this,
Medic.
do the other rule books have other squad classes or
No.
Okay.
They have
So what I just
specializations.
looked at, that was all there is, right?
Yeah, later on you get the choice of a
There's like-
specialization for certain classes. So, like a sergeant can become a commander, etc. Things like that. But right off the bat, that's what you have option.
Yeah, weapon specialist works for me.
All right.
Okay. I'll be our big dude. I'll be
Now,
Callahan is gonna be a real big guy from down in the southern part of this German country.
Used to be a
Has a son.
farmhand, like used to keep up with
Yeah.
our oxen and like pull the plows himself.
See, I was so
across the
strong
fields.
that I just picked up the oxen and started dragging it.
If you have really low intelligence, does that make you Lenny from Of Mice and Men?
I don't have low intelligence because all my stats are actually, like, I guess you would say average or almost at the top of like good, because I do have 139, and I guess the
Okay,
highest you
cool.
can get is 40. So
all right. So, on every one of those pages for your specialty, there is a small table that shows starting aptitudes, talents, and modifiers. At this point, if you have not already, you want to slot in or adjust your characteristics that you already put on your character sheet. Make sure you have those ready and finished. Then you will apply the modifiers or the bonuses for your characteristics. You'll write down your starting aptitudes. It's on the second page of the character sheet. You'll put down your starting skills and your starting talents, and you'll put down your specialist equipment in your equipment and gear section, second page.
10-4
I'm
rubber
confused.
ducky.
Okay. All right, Ben. What are you confused about? Let's go over this.
All right, so starting attributes, talents, and modifiers. We're going to add these to what we've already put in
Yes. By the way,
there.
at
So,
this,
like mine says +5.
yeah, at this point in time, Midgeman, you know this. You should know this off the top of your head.
Yes.
The modifiers for the regiment itself that are being applied.
Yeah. We get +3 agility, -3 perception.
Okay, so automatically, everybody, apply that now. Plus 3
what's
ability?
our
+3 agility.
+3 agility, -3 perception.
Okay.
Ugh.
So apply those now.
All right, now I get to choose between weapon +5 to weapon skill or ballistic. That's easy choice.
Ballistic.
Ballistic. Well, if I rolled one higher, would have, because I'm at 39 on ballistic skill. One higher would have been at 40 and gotten that extra point
I'm
in the roll.
picking cold-hearted out of cold-hearted or jaded.
Oh, okay. Now,
Starting,
Midgeman, also, was there any
aptitudes.
aptitudes or starting skills or talents that were applied during the regiment creation?
Oh, I didn't see. I do have a page number though. I'll hop back and have a look. Shall I?
All right, let's apply those first.
Imperial World. One second. Imperial World gives us the +3 to willpower and +3 to any other character.
Oh yeah, we got combat formation, haven't we?
All right,
Wait. So let's do Imperial World
The
first.
Imperial World gives us +3 to willpower and +3 to any other characteristic. Yeah. So any other characteristic we get +3.
All right. I'm
No,
taking
as a
ballistic.
group.
Yeah. So
Oh,
we
as
need
a
to
group.
pick.
willpower automatically. And,
I feel we need to go
Alright,
for
so-
something like toughness.
Well, I would just like to point out that if we give +3 to ballistic, that will and I'm kind of trying to be the group sniper. That will give me ballistic skill of 42, which will give me that extra point in the roll.
Well, no, ballistic skill doesn't have a
matter.
modifier. Doesn't matter about that.
Oh, son of a!
It matters
but
mostly.
it
Well, I mean,
does.
it still matters. It still matters because that means instead of having to roll under, like, what's your ballistic skill right now? It's like a 39. Like, so 39. So when you try and shoot somebody with no modifiers, you're rolling on a 100-sided dice, and you're trying to roll under 39, which is hard.
Okay.
So having a higher number still helps quite a bit.
Yeah, but if
Right.
like I said,
So-
if we put it in toughness, we all get that little bit closer, and to the next toughness wound, and therefore we don't have to pay as much in XP later to upgrade our stats.
Do you feel from a role-playing standpoint that our regiment of green people from the bottom of the barrel are tough?
But they have to
Will
be.
be tough, but because I'm a heavy gunner, so you know.
They have to be because they've survived so long. You know?
Yeah, but do you think our green people would have naturally better ballistic skill? We've only had 4 months training on a ship.
Well, that's all that's what we're there for. We're there to stand in a line and shoot. That's all we train to do. That's what my point.
Well,
We're cannon
We've
fodder.
been trained to do all different kinds of combat missions that are basic that any Imperial Guardsman should be able to do. So,
All right. How about
we'll
we
be
do
like a
this? We go
standard
across
army
the
soldier
board.
right now, like a private in the army.
We go across the board, and everybody votes for what they think we should put it into. So,
I'm
Bob, what
thinking
do you
intelligence or perception.
I'm thinking perception.
think? Intelligence or perception? Midgeman?
Actually, because we lose the -3 for perception on mechanized, we could equal it out. So I'm going to go with perception.
That's I'm thinking so because also my class likes to have higher perception. So
All right. Well, I'm outvoted, so perception it is.
All right. So whatever you applied, that -3 modifier, just
God, my guy
So-
is so goddamn average. He's
It's
so
like he's a guardsman or
average.
something.
remember. So remember, +3 willpower and then +3 perception was the thing for Imperial World.
Yeah.
The next thing was going
Got
to
it.
be the regiment type, which we've already applied, which was the
And it was -3 willpower, wasn't it?
no, minus
no.
3 to perception. So that means our perception just equals out. So you don't
Okay.
change your perception at all.
Okay. Yeah, so I
So
subtracted
we're
that
getting
out.
+3
Okay, continue on.
agility and +3 willpower so far.
Yeah.
next thing is your training doctrine, and which was what?
Close order
Which
drill,
one?
and we gain. And we
Which
Which
picked-
was a
the,
talent.
yeah, and then we
Yeah.
picked close combat.
combat operations. Combat operations in general, not close combat.
Oh, sorry, yeah. What
Yeah,
I said
combat
combat
op-
formation.
Combat formation is what
Yeah.
it's called. Combat
Sorry,
formation
formation.
goes in the talents space. Make sure you write that down.
Okay, combat
Yep.
formation.
Your commanding officer, did he give you anything?
That bastard didn't give a shit.
I don't remember.
I don't know. Did he? I don't remember that at all.
What page was he on? He was a.
So he was circumspect.
Which means he was in the core rulebook.
Yeah, I know. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling. God damn it! Commanding officer. Circumspect gave us a starting talent foresight.
So foresight in the talent section. Write that down.
Foresight.
Yep.
I'm applying my stuff now. Now that I know what this class is about.
Okay, what's next?
The next thing we had was equipment doctrines. Was there any modifiers based on that?
It was well provisioned, was it?
Yes,
Yeah, well
but
positioned.
need to make sure there wasn't any talents or skills associated with such.
We got +10 logistics for fuel and parts relating to our vehicle.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that go down here anywhere?
Not really. Just make sure you keep that notes page
Yeah, I've
with
got that
that
one now.
written down.
I got it.
Let's see here. You took a drawback, correct?
Yes.
Yes, the rivalry.
Regimental.
Yeah, screw
something
that.
or other.
Regimental rivalry, which gave you 2 things. What was that? That was
Hatred and favorite enemy.
favorite enemy.
And
So,
hatred.
yes. So I want you to go to the traits, since it's the only place you can really put it in there. Put favored enemy. What the hell was the name of your regiment again? Ververdian.
Yeah, the Ververdian.
Yeah.
12th.
The Ververdian 67th.
They're really up there.
No, they're really down there.
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, up there in the skill compared to us is what I meant.
And then, that was favorite enemy, correct? And then hatred, same.
So we hate them, and they're our chosen foe.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have a rivalry with them, which means you have that.
So the things we got from them is hatred and favorite enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Reading that I heard in the background while I was applying skills here.
Yep.
Well, not skills, but applying my stuff on this stuff. Do I need to put any subtext on the hatred and favorite enemy, like that other regiment?
Yeah, that other regiment, the 67th. And the-
Besmirched our honor.
Which was
They were the 67th Ververtian. What kind of company are they? Are they mechanized as well?
armored.
They're armored. We hate
Yes.
a tank company as
We-
a troop transport company. Fuck.
We lose.
Because they get this fucking awesome tanks, and we're like, damn it, we want those.
That's it. We want your tank support, god damn it.
All right. So those are the modifiers, as far as I remember, that were associated with your creation of your regiment. Nothing else has been done. So now you are going to apply the modifiers, starting aptitudes, skills, and talents that are listed on the page for your specialty. Now, just so you don't forget,
I don't even remember that.
the aptitudes are listed on the second page of the character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you list them down at, and they become important later on. So just remember that.
We didn't know that bit of the page existed until yesterday.
Yeah, this is version 2 of this page that was not around when I first started playing the game. So
All right, so we're gonna go down
where we're
here,
going to?
and aptitudes we just list down here in the what's it called?
in the aptitudes space, like it's right underneath the experience on the bottom page.
So agility.
Yeah, just
Oh,
write
yeah.
down what it says there. Yeah, your aptitudes.
So I'm agile. Ballistic skill.
These give you discounts on certain skills and things you buy with your experience.
This is where it gets really confusing, folks. Hold
Yeah,
on
this
to
is-
your hats.
This is the hardest part of character creation. is
Oh, the
getting around
font.
this.
Font's so goddamn small. There we go. I can't spell right
Should we
either.
start putting in all the standard equipment as well? Should we start putting in our gear? 'Cause that's gonna
Well,
take
I
a
want to
while.
get through. I want to get through the aptitudes first. Then we'll go to skills.
Oh,
Fellowship. Fellowship in Fieldcraft.
You getting everything, Bob?
Mhm.
We went through this once with you, so I'm pretty sure you got it.
Yep. What page is all the like the skill things? I kind of know what I'm doing. So I think I'm just gonna move forward in the character creation process.
That's what I'm
Where do
gonna
all the
do.
skills start?
You can open up your bookmarks thing, because I know each one of the copies of this has a built-in bookmarks section.
Well, I have a
So you
different
can-
copy than you guys do.
Oh, okay.
Hold
Mitch
on.
meant,
Tell me where it is in the bookmarks, and then I'll give him a page.
it's chapter 4.
Come on, bookmark work. Using skills.
So starting skills.
So the way this works, Ben, and Snowfox, is you are going to, on the first page of the character sheet, you see a whole bunch of skills listed down.
Skill descriptions 116, Bob.
You see all these skills listed down with some boxes and fields to fill in and everything like that, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Specifically for you, Ben, you can see your starting skills. You have athletics. You have athletic or survival. So you have to make a choice between those two. If it says or, then that means they're a mutually exclusive choice. Okay. So, and then and the way you do that is like, let's say you choose survival. On your character sheet, there is a section. There is an actual area that has survival listed, and you push the first check mark down on it. Okay. So.
Well, mine said I already have acrobatics.
Yeah, acrobatics.
It says trained. You just come with that?
What do you mean?
Mine already is clicked on trained.
Oh, you might have done that yourself.
On acrobat.
Just unclick it. It's supposed to be blank.
It won't unclick. It won't go away.
Oh, never mind. So on the skill line itself, go all the way to the right past the last box and then click there.
Oh, okay. It's like a blank there.
Wow.
Okay.
That's different.
Athletics or survival. And you said 118 is where the description starts?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just actually clicked down my push to talk button while it said that.
Or survival.
I'm just,
So is it a starting skill? Is it a trained skill, or is it like a +10 or something?
It's a trained. It's just the first box.
Okay. Well, mine's athletic, so.
Okay. What were you saying, Midgeman? You were trying to ask a question?
we also, with mechanized infantry, we do have a starting talent of rapid reload.
Okay.
And we have a starting skill of operate surface.
Okay. So everybody will have operate surface as a trained skill.
Operate
Surface.
What was it? Operate surface
Yes.
as trained.
And you have a trait called rapid reload that goes in the talents and traits section.
Rapid reload. All right, if I could find any of these, that'd be great. There it is.
So what
That's
was the
not
other one on the skills that we were trained on?
Operate surface.
Okay, operate surface. Okay. Thank you. All right.
I was going to say there seemed to be one too little over there. I'm trying to remember what I picked in that XP.
So we're going to be picking trained on any of these that we pick,
Yes.
right?
Okay. So now, how do we pick our skills here? Are we at that point yet, or?
Well, you're just writing down what you have available
Okay.
to you.
All right. I
from your
finished
thing.
writing down all the starting altitudes, talents, and modifiers.
Okay, so I'm going to take athletic here.
Right. You also wrote down all the talents that you had available to you
Mm-hmm.
and your
Mhm.
skills. No, I'm talking.
I'm
talking
talking
to
skills
Small
right now.
Fox. No,
Yes.
Navigate.
I've done my skills
Okay.
and my starting talents.
Yeah,
And
this-
Okay.
Navigate.
I'm trying to remember, was
surface.
scrutiny perception or scrutiny intelligence that I got with medic?
Scrutiny.
I can search it. I think.
Yeah, you might want to.
Oh, common lore. Do we all have common lore,
Yeah.
Imperial Guard, and
Yeah.
lore?
we all have that. And then we have some more common lore, I believe. Let me check.
Well, Ben, just to make sure, whenever you have something like that, you see there's a whole bunch of empty boxes underneath common lore, and you're just gonna fill them out. And make sure they're trained as well.
Okay. So I'm on talents
Write down all the
now.
talents that are
Okay.
available to you, except if you have a choice. Because if you have a choice, then you have to choose between the two.
Okay, so,
So you
our-
are-
Perception.
All right, so
You already get, Ben, rapid reload for being in a mechanized company,
Okay.
so it makes sense that you would just choose Lasgun Barrage.
I'm about to say, does it stack to
No.
do both? Super rapid reload.
What do we have on common law as well?
we have Imperial Creed, Imperium, and our linguist is Low Gothic, like what we speak.
Now, it says weapon training, choose 3 excluding heavy and exotic. What does that mean?
It means you choose 3 weapon training talents. Talents start on page... Benjamin?
Sorry, what was that? I was...
Never mind. Talents start at page... where's that?
102, I think, possibly.
Yeah, but I'm looking for the description specifically for his weapon training, so he doesn't have to... Weapon training.
Imperium. And linguistics, lower Gothic.
Yeah, Low Gothic, yeah. Let's see here.
Is that like vulgar Latin?
Essentially. Okay, so Ben, you can choose 3 weapon training, 3 different types of weapon training, except what was the ones that, or excluding what was this?
Except heavy and exotic.
Okay, so you have a choice between bolt, chain, flame, heavy, las, launcher, melta, plasma, power, low tech, solid projectile.
That's a lot. Is that list listed somewhere?
153. I would immediately tell you to choose las as a base.
That's what
Las. Yeah. I would say you wouldn't go wrong from flame.
Are you sure it's 153?
Yeah, 153. It's lowered on the page. It says
Lord, I see like warp lock, whirlwind of death. What am I looking
above
for
whirlwind of death. Weapon training, tier 1. Prerequisite none. Specialization.
Oh, okay. Specializations, bolts. Okay, so
You choose 3 of those. You are going to want las because that's your main weapon is a las gun.
so where's this written down? Is this under talents and traits?
You're writing this down yourself. Like in
Okay, I'm just gonna write this
in
down
talents and
myself for my
traits.
character.
Yes, you write it down in talents and traits as your thing because it's in that
okay.
section right there. So you're writing down weapon training, then a block, then you write down what you're trained in.
Okay, so in my talents and traits, weapon. If I could spell right, god damn it. Trimming, and then I'm just gonna give it a colon, and we're gonna go las. We're gonna go flame because that's our thingy. And I got one more. And I can't. I am not allowed to use
Is
heavy.
ballistic weapons one? Like just normal ammo?
Like the ones. No, there's
Yeah,
solid projectile.
Yeah.
So that would be like snipe, like all the standard small arms.
What's power? What are our power? weapons?
Those are like
Swords, power fists.
yeah.
Oh, okay, power fist. Yeah. I mean, I don't see most and us using most of these. Is chain like the chain swords?
Yes.
Ripley guns.
Do we have? I'm assuming we would have to use bolts to use the storm bolter, right?
Yes.
Or we would have a like malice to
Yeah, you
using
would have-
it
you
because
would
we
have
don't know
a-
what we're doing.
-10, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
-20.
Bob has turned into a cartoon. In other words, he's turned off his webcam.
Okay,
Bob,
guys,
No.
Oh,
I've got a question for you boys. I am our heavy gunner. My specialist equipment here. I can choose a common craftsmanship missile launcher with 5 frag missiles, or a common craftsmanship heavy stubber, or a common craftsmanship regimental favored heavy weapon.
Probably the regimental favorite heavy weapon.
Yeah, we gotta realize this is something that we would have to set up here, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to set up the rocket launcher.
That's what I was thinking here. And I get 5 frag missiles with my rocket launcher, so I get 5 shots.
5 shots.
So the rocket launcher you can carry. Actually, we should probably all check what our options are to carry before.
We do
I think
carry
Bob
weight.
disconnected, by the way,
I think so
because
too.
he's off of Discord as well. But yeah, keep going with this.
So, all right. So I have the option of choosing 4 extra frag or 4 extra crack grenades. I'm going to lean towards frag.
So you're going anti-infantry rather than...
Well, I don't feel like as a weapon, just a regular, ordinary weapon specialist, it's going to be my job to be taking out the armored vehicles.
That would be my job. So.
Yes, exactly. So we all carry 3. That would give me a total of 7 frag grenades.
I have no weapon specialisms at all right now.
Which is fine, because I mean, you get the standard kit.
Yeah. But doesn't it mean I'm gonna have a problem shooting the standard kit?
No.
Well, no. You should.
You'll be trained
now
to use the
it says is specialist equipment in addition to our good quality las gun?
Unless it says replaces, then yes.
Okay. So I can take a las gun, a flamer, a shoddy, or a regimental favored basic weapon. So I can take a flamer.
Yep.
So I think I'm going to take that in addition to my gun.
So instead of a sniper, Ben has become our flamethrower unit. The exact thing we didn't want.
Well, I don't have the option.
Of. Great.
Don't. Well, I have a lot of frag grenades and a flamethrower now.
I've got 5 frag
Ben's
missiles
mess.
And a common missile launcher, but I'm not. This one that doesn't make sense. I have to choose to be either trained in using my basic gun, which is my last gun, or be trained in using my missile launcher. I don't get to pick both, apparently. So
well, I mean, you can just have the missile launcher. You don't need to use it until you know how to use it. Just keep it in the Chimera.
Look. Also, I would take the rocket launcher because missile launcher because we won't have it as easily requisitionable because it's not our favorite weapon.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, it's versatile because you can take crack missiles.
Oh, that's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Crack or frag.
So I'm leaning towards for my last weapon, either going solid projectile in the hope that I can find a sniper rifle later, or chain in hopes that I find a chain sword.
Well, you don't have a really good weapon skill. You have a good ballistic skill.
So solid projectile.
Because that isn't just for sniper rifles; it's also for auto cannons, auto guns, heavy stubbers, revolver.
So do we put all this in our gear right now, like our last gun, my common missile launcher, and all that stuff right now?
Yeah, everything that you have available to you now goes into your gear, which includes your standard kit.
Yeah. So all that shit we wrote down earlier,
we're going to put in here. So 1 uniform.
Is there enough spaces for all this?
You might have to double up. I start. It's what I do. I like section stuff together. So I'll put the las gun and its ammo next to it. Because also the boxes resize themselves, or resize the text in it to fit.
And we have 6 charges.
Okay. 1 uniform.
Frag. 3 crack. We don't need to write down the Chimera either.
1 backpack.
Do we have a rucksack or a sling bag?
It's just a bag. I just wrote backpack.
They're the same thing, mechanically.
Someone's doing a lighter.
Actually, that's my inhaler. So,
oh, that sounded like a lighter.
No, I could get one though. I got my.
It sounded like one of the. You know a cigar lighter.
Yeah, that's one of them.
So wait, it's 1 mess kit and 1 water canteen, right? Now it's not either because
no, you're only allowed food or water.
Yeah, it's both. So yeah, just.
I was about to say, I'm like, man, we're about to have some. We got some choice. Okay, who's bringing food? Who's bringing water? We gotta split. Even though we have 6 weeks or 5 weeks worth of rations, or some shit like that.
I would say most people bring water. One person brings a mess kit and just take it in turns to eat. That'd be the way I'd work it if that was the case.
Sleep set, I'm going to call that.
Wait. Didn't we already have a flame? Wait. No, I have a flamer. So I'm the only one with a flamer, right?
Don't forget to put it in your kit.
And then... Yeah.
On grooming kit.
And then we took a watch.
Okay, so should I get
One.
an instructional handbook or a primer? And what is what? I mean, I know what the instructional handbook is. Primer.
It's the primers is an instructional handbook.
Oh.
It's just it's literally given out to every Imperial Guardsman. It's the one piece of universal kit everybody in the Imperium has.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to have to double up here.
Yep, you'll have to.
Now, do we have one... when we picked smoke grenades, it was one smoke grenade each?
It was one.
One chrono.
So we have a second basic uniform.
I would just put 2 uniform then. Let's put 2.
Yeah. And then... do we have to... We should put the melee attachment in, or should we add it on to our existing rifle?
Add it to the rifle.
With...
Bayonet.
I'm just going to put with melee. All right, I think I got that.
Goggles.
I got the watch, Presense. So I got the good quality laser gun, filtration, smoke grenades, 2 basic uniforms, melee attachment.
One.
So I'm going to double up as either a sniper or a flamer.
It's going to be strange.
So you're going to either want me way up front or way in the back.
Well, you don't have a sniper yet, so way up front. Ben's on point.
So while I am pretty good with this last gun, my weapon skill was 39.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty high.
My weapon
so-
is 30. You don't want me anywhere near fighting.
I mean... Okay, so my
Alright.
weapon...
My ballistic skill is
my-
29, so yeah, just keep me out of the fight.
Oh, it's not that bad. A bad would probably be like a 20, or 22 would be the worst you could have.
Well,
So,
yeah, but 29 is my lowest stat.
So all of you have put down all of your regiment modifiers, starting skills, aptitudes, and talents, and your specialists, like your actual classes, starting aptitudes, equipment, skills, talents, and characteristic bonuses. Okay.
True.
So those are all done.
I'm missing that.
Now, the next bit that we are going to do is...
we are doing everything that's just set. Nothing that we've had to like pick, right? Like we haven't been able to like pick a like these set of skills that we would be
nothing. Everything's set right now. You're not buying anything yet.
What has been picked for our specialty, heavy gunner. Yeah. So.
Yes. So the next thing we are going to do, if I can get past all of these specialists, is we are going to generate our wounds, which is our health points. Now, on the page where your specialty is listed, it says how they generate wounds. It gives you a dice roll plus
1d5. Want me to roll that?
Wounds 8 plus 1d5.
Yeah, I'm 8 plus 1d5.
All right. So do that.
Roll that.
Roll that.
Does that start with me?
All right, mine.
Roll 1d5.
Oh, it's
How do you roll a
you do it
d5?
manually.
This /roll.
/roll 1d5, and then we just add 8 to it. Oh Christ! Oh shit! Oh, I've got 11.
I rolled a 4, so
I can be taken out with one lasgun hit.
Yes! Critical roll!
So 1d5 plus 8 means you have
13.
13.
And I'm 14 because you gotta be that heavy.
Wait, you have 1d5 plus 10?
for me. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, so where does this 13 go?
It goes
11.
on the second page underneath
First page.
your first page underneath your skills.
There's wound.
Just put in it says wounds, and I just read in
Yeah,
13.
put it in
and current.
It's your total and current.
Oh, current.
So I've got 14 HP.
Oh,
Boys.
so is that basically my health?
Yes, that is your health.
So I have the highest health available for my guy.
Yes.
Cool.
I could be
That's-
one extra.
Choose
I
what.
could be 15.
Be as happy as you want to be with that, because it's not. I mean, that's as happy as you're going to be.
Mhm.
All right. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to generate our fate points, which are points that are special to characters like you. They can be spent or burnt, and they get various effects. You
I need
spend
a
a
lot of
fate
these.
point, you can get like a plus 10 on a roll, or you can re-roll a minor roll, or you could whatever roll you just did, you can get a better result out of it, etc. If you burn a fate point, that could maybe save your life in a situation. It's kind of a special thing that denotes that you're special guardsmen, not just normal guards. That's why you're playing them.
I need a few of these for the medic rolls.
So all of you are going to roll 1d10.
Oh, I got,
I got
8.
7.
Hey!
Snowfox, you have 3 fate points.
Woo!
Where do I put this?
Points.
Ben,
You
you
don't have
have Ben, you have 1 fate point. Midgeman, you have 2 fate points.
Yeah.
Where do I put this at?
They Ben, there's a chart.
All right, guys. I gotta make a phone call real quickly, so
All
I'll
right.
be right back.
We'll catch Bob up to this.
Oh, I see it. 3.
Everything I had was wiped out.
What?
Oh, did your PDF close down? What happened? Power outage?
To blue screen?
No, like fucking Decaying Lighting came out and decided, oh, we need to upgrade your meter today, and they just like yanked the fucking one out without even knocking on my door.
Yeah, and so your PDFs didn't save rest.
Well, I'm not. I can fill the PDF back in. I've lost now 4 hours of fucking footage. I can't get back now.
Oh.
I'm-
Shit.
I didn't say what the footage.
I'm fucking furious right now. You have no idea.
Absolutely livid.
I am. It's,
Well, yeah.
Send me mine over, Bob, after I'm done.
that would be great.
Yeah, no problem.
You can
Those- the only-
splice it in, I guess.
Yeah, the only thing that will be different is they'll see my character sheet that every now and then pops up.
Yeah.
Well, that's when you splice in yours. You just cut out midges and then you put yours in real fast.
Oh,
You're
well,
like,
looks like the PDF actually like saved itself, so that's good.
Oh, thank God. Now we don't have to wait for you.
Did the video definitely corrupt?
Well, now I gotta figure out. I'm like all fucking out of sorts.
Uh,
It's like, knock on my fucking door, dude. When you're gonna like start yanking my power out, crying out loud.
Did they not just put like a little tiny like little note? Because that's what they do here. They'll just
No,
put a
it's
note
like
on
I-
there.
I-
They won't even tell you. Just put a note.
Well, no, it's like right before the power went out, I heard like this big old just like wrenching sound. I was just like, what's going on? And then I turned back and like my computer's off and everything. All the lights are out and stuff. It's just like, what the fuck happened? So I go outside and like, there's the guy with the fucking meter in his hand. It's just like I was like, can I help you? He's just like, oh, we're here upgrading your meter. It's like, did you think maybe to knock on my door first? Oh, well, we just do this. Like, well, let's re-examine that. Like I just lost. Like I told the guy, I just lost 4 hours of work because like of you. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's like, damn, fucking right, you're sorry.
Oh, that is terrible.
I can't even.
I guess maybe
Where
now
was
on
I?
it'd be best to like live stream, because I mean then you'd have the VOD saved that could be salvaged
Yeah.
for these things. That might have worked. Yeah, well. We haven't really done much past
Where am
that. Like we
Working
just got
on
through.
wounds.
You guys finished up
and-
all your skills then and everything and your talents?
Yeah, They wrote down everything that was associated with their specialty.
XP though.
Yeah, we have just now gotten to the point where we roll our HP and fate points. So
Yeah, I've got Ben's got what was it?
Trying to find my
14, I've got 14, and then
I've got
Ben's
11
got
ones.
11. Yeah.
I can die from one las cannon hit.
quite literally, Snowfox just rolled a nat 10 on the fate point roll.
Nice.
Woo! Yeah.
Oh, 9.
And you get 2 fate points as well. Yeah. No, Ben rolled only 1 point too low to get 2 fate points.
Yeah, but he rolled a 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he only gets 1.
So yeah, but 2 fate points. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Ben's still on the phone, so we'll get that worked out. Oh, God.
Oh, wow. Bob and I had the same HP.
Yeah.
Wait,
1d10
Yeah.
plus 5.
why do you... It's the other way. 1d5 plus 10. Bob.
That's not what my wounds were.
Wait, what are you?
Sergeant?
Really? I thought the sergeant... Hold on a second. I gotta check that. 'Cause I did not realize that. Hold on. Yeah, no, 1d10 plus 5. Yeah, he's right. God, you're OP. Well, you have a base... Like, literally, these guys...
so
have
OP that fucking Duquesne Light has got to pull the power out to stop me.
well,
So OP I am.
that was really dick move. Like, that is... How do you not...
Apparently, they don't tell them, like, hey, guys, y'all should probably knock on the door of the place you're about to turn the power
Well,
off.
I said that very thing to the guy. I was just like, did you like think maybe to like I'm not the only one who's home on like my street. Like there's cars all up and down the street here, you know, like parked on the streets. Like, did you think maybe to knock on the door or something? Fuck me.
no, that's...
moment when I don't know where my phone is.
I don't know why, Midgeman, but as soon as when I see you without your headphones on, it really freaks me out because I've just associated your head shape with those bulky ass like round headphones. Like you have a very thin head comparatively.
Thank you.
What are you?
That's not a compliment.
What kind of cans you rocking, Midge?
They're skull candies. They're just some skull candies they've got like a built-in subwoofer, so I can turn it on and put bass on.
Well, I'm part of the master race here.
Master race? What the hell?
The charge packs work for the las guns and las pistols, right?
Anything
Yes,
las.
they're universal.
If you're like an audio snob at all, you'll know what that symbol is.
I'm not. I mean, I'm a gaming snob-ish. I'm rocking some...
Well, those are Logitechs, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the last gen, I think. I mean, they're the G something or other. They're the blue ones.
These are some Sennheisers, so
Yeah.
really expensive.
Ben's looking
Super.
very intently at a couple of different things.
Yeah.
Is he in pajamas?
He works from home, man. What else do you want? Well, I mean, he's working from home now. It's just,
It's true.
if I worked in Disneyland, I'd just fucking, or World, whatever it is, I'd be home all day too. I'm just like, I don't have to fucking worry about anything. Just he wears a suit. Wait, what, didn't he? Like he said, he worked at a Haunted Mansion. They wear suits, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wears a pinstripe.
Yeah.
Piece of glorious.
Yeah. No shit. I would. You kidding me? If I had to wear that for work all day, I'd be rocking the most comfortable shit I could when I got home.
So just a one last check, so I make sure I'm not missing anything. I put everything that we came with our planet, our regiment
Leader.
type, our leader, which was the foresight, and
Yep.
then I put down what came with the heavy gunner, and our fucking, what was it called?
Training or equipment doctrines. That,
Yeah, the debuff thing, which was the
Yep.
hatred and the favorite enemy, right?
Yep.
And then we got a rapid reload from being mechanized. And then what was this last barrage thing I heard about? I didn't know what that was. So
That was for Ben. He was a
Okay,
weapons
that was
specialist.
all right. So that's not for us. For me.
No,
All right.
it's not for you.
And my weapon training is Laz. Okay. And then I wrote down the skills, which is the skills that are for the heavy gunner, which is the athletics and the intimidation. And then all the common lores we have, which is Imperial Guard, War, Imperium, and Imperial Creed.
Yes.
Other than that, I wrote down all the aptitudes, the ballistic skill, fellowship, perception, defense, offense, toughness, all the gear, and yep, that's what I've written down so far.
All right. You have your wounds and fate point done as well.
Yep. And then I have all the characteristics down and all of the modifiers we did get.
What page is all the weapon stats on?
What do you mean? Like weapon skills?
I need like my damage, my class type, all that.
Be an armory, I would say. So
Yeah.
you'd go to.
While you're there, tell us what the N36 lasgun is.
Well, I'm just filling out all my equipment right now.
And he doesn't have a lasgun. Well, he might. I don't know. Does the blast pistol replace lasgun?
It didn't say
Or
it
is it
did.
just-
I would hope
Okay.
the sergeant still. I mean, he's only an NCO. He's not like a full-time officer. So
Yeah, but
he-
they normally get a
They get-
chain
I get a
sword.
It's a
chain
chainsword. Yeah.
So he gets he can dual
NCO,
wield, so he can have
like
he gets
the most basic of an NCO gets a chainsword. Okay.
yeah, they get
Yeah.
a chainsaw with a pistol normally.
Because
Like a bolt
really, in the real army, an NCO is just, hey, I get to control a fire team now.
gun. Yeah, well, yeah, but the NCOs in this are like
This ain't the army.
lieutenants. Think of them as like world, like 1800 lieutenants. I'd run around with a
Wasn't that like
musket,
170?
just a flintlock pistol and a
174.
saber.
174. Hey, Ben.
He's muted.
We can't
Ben,
hear you.
You're
your mic's
muted, Ben.
Is he there? I can't see him.
There
Hey,
we go.
Ben.
I'm gonna have to call this here.
Not Bob, no!
No, Bob!
Oh, no, he was
He's
Oh,
back,
there's
he's back,
Bob.
he's back.
I was doing a
Oh.
refresh because I couldn't see.
I'm gonna have to bug out here because my wife's heading home. We got to go out and get her a couple new tires for her car. So I'm gonna have to run in. You know, I'm gonna have to. She's gonna be home in about 5-10 minutes. So I'm gonna
Okay.
have to call it here.
So,
Okay.
But we're just over 4 hours in, so that's about
Don't
what we were
remind me.
shooting for.
all right. So I guess you will just have to like hook up with Roach on another date to finish off the character.
To finish off this stuff, yeah. But I'm sure we could figure out how to do that.
Well,
pretty easily.
either that or one of you guys can do it as well because we're going to finish us three.
Yeah, if you guys want to finish up, I could easily get Bob or Midge to help me out. I know they're okay.
Yeah.
Bob, I can get Bob to
Yeah,
help me.
and we'll finish up this, and then remember next week, Monday, we'll do the first actual session. And
Cool.
we'll be same time, same day because everything worked. But hopefully, maybe we can get a fifth man in here to replace Sly Fox.
All right,
Wait, what happened to Sly?
all right. Bye, guys.